the button to go live prematurely, but that's okay because I've already reviewed the video that we're going to do today. And it's a video of myself building what turned out to be a $95,000 rock wall or a seawall. And I'll go over how the preliminary part of the seawall was built, why and where, and that my bid at 95,000 US dollars was $75,000 less than the next bid, and I did the entire job in 30 days, less than 30 days, like 27 days, by myself, using more than 1 million pounds of rocks up to 5 feet in diameter. And it turned out to be about 25 18 cubic yard trucks of boulders, maybe 5 or 6 trucks of what we called rocks. Now, the boulders were 3, 4, and 5 feet in diameter. The rocks were 1, 2, and 3 feet in diameter. And then there was a half a dozen trucks of riprap, which is just crushed, various size crushed stone. So there was over 1 million pounds of rock that I had delivered to the job site, to the front side of a $75,000, $80,000 in-ground pool. So I had to build a seawall from what would be the east corner of the property, where there was no seawall because it had washed away from a storm. This goes back to one of the hurricanes we had in 2005. The storm literally washed the previous seawall away that was made of 1 and 2 foot, what we call hamstones or rocks. They were maximum size, about 2 feet. And the pool that was just put in for $75,000 for the installation of the pool was brand new when the storm hit. And when the storm was over, you could see the concrete wall of the pool on the east side. So the fella who owned the house, his name was Jeff, and I was his landscaper / arborist. And I have, of course, a backhoe. So he said to me, Mike, I want you to bid on this job. We have the permits because it went under emergency permit allocations, Key Largo, after the 2005 hurricane. So I'm going to go to my comments page right now and see if there's anybody that has a question about. You can ask a question in regards to what is a seawall. You're welcome to ask a question. How is a seawall built? You're allowed to ask that kind of question. You're not allowed to change the subject other than if you have a question about the submersible, how it was built, why it sank. I did a little more research on that, quite a bit more. And I can answer a few questions in regard to that. So what I need to do is just open up this particular video, unless I have it open already, which I don't. Okay. So I need to open up, why is that there? I need to open up this video, and then I'll go to the comments section. I need to make that video public is what I need to do. Okay, so I need to go back. I did something a little different today with my, okay, let's reload this page. So, the name of the video is Alpha Male Michael Fazio Builds $95,000 seawall by himself in Key Largo. On-time backhoe service, Key Largo. So again, something is going on with YouTube, and I'm not real sure what it is. I have really no idea. I made a title. I changed the title because I made a note in the title that the video was public. And the title in the video, when I open up the video, has not changed to the new title. So I think we got that part down now, but let's open up one more page. It did that this morning as well. YouTube is doing something with. Okay, YouTube is doing something with their product. I don't know what it is because I couldn't get on Google Chrome. I couldn't even go on Google Chrome for half an hour, and then it worked. So Google Chrome and YouTube are the same thing, really. YouTube, Google Chrome, all the major agencies are all connected. So Google Chrome wouldn't work. Lazada Philippines website just showed a blank white page. Shopee Philippines showed a blank white page. Googling a price for antifreeze showed a blank white page. Googling my name in Google, in Chrome, showed a blank white page. So they're doing something today. So those of you out there that are not getting the results you want, for me, it lasted about a half an hour. So what I'm going to show you is where I was working. It was on the Atlantic Ocean, and the hurricane that wiped out so many seawalls. It was just an amazing thing. It was washing seawalls away that had been there for 50 years. Now, this is just one of maybe 4 that I rebuilt. The next one was a $300,000 seawall and probably 1,400 feet long, 1,400 feet long. And that one I will show you in a few days from now. So this one that you're going to see when I turn it around, the whole footage could have been somewhere between 85 and 90 feet. And then I will point it out how it was built, with what materials I used, how much materials I used, the quality of the material, the membranes that I used, and what size riprap I used. So the owner of the job you're going to see is a fellow with black hair. His name is Jeff. I was his landscaper / arborist for probably 8 years. He was just, and for him, I had a service contract to service his property once a month, whatever I needed to do, whatever it was that needed to do. That when the trees encroached on his property, I would trim the trees. When his davit broke for his boat lift, I would repair the davit. When the gravel in front of the house needed to be redone, I would do the gravel. I dug the hole for the pool. I did the landscaping after the pool went in. I installed his shed. So I was his like main landscaping / construction contractor. And when they came back, if I was there when they came back off the boat from diving, I would wash all his gear and put the gear away in the shed that I put on the property. I also did another property that he owned, but no big work on that one. So I'm going to open this up. Can I do this? Yeah, I can do it. I need to. I did it yesterday a little differently. Let me open this. I see Scott. Let me open this up. Um, okay. Because Google screwed me up for half an hour, I wasn't really ready to do this. I didn't have it set up, but now it is. So I will show you the job. I'm going to turn this around. I'm not sure that. Scott, where are you leaving comments? Okay, but where are you? Hey, Philippines. Hey, Jerry. Thanks for stopping by. This guy here that I'm working for is an avid diver. Jeff and his family. In fact, oh, his house. I won't tell you where the house was located, but his house was a diving museum. Literally, a diving museum. He had the old bronze helmets, at least three that I knew of in the living room, three different versions of the bronze diving helmets, and then the full diver Dan suit. He had the K5 dive knife, a couple of those. In fact, he wanted to buy my K5, but I wouldn't sell it. And he had all the nautical, the ships forward and reverse, the real ones. They're called registered. They're like 3 feet high off the floor. He had one of those. That was his living room. And then you sat down in a nautical environment, and he had captains, paraphernalia, charts, the old sextants. He was a collector. I don't know what he did for a living. I worked for him for 8 or 9 years. I never asked him. I don't care. But whatever he did for a living, he had $1 million worth of antiques in his living room. And when I did work for him, all I did was submit a bill. That's it. And verbally submit a bill, send it to him, tell him what I did. Typically, I would do a short 2 or 3 minute video. And the next day or 2 days later, there'd be a check in the mail. He didn't even live at the house. This was a vacation house. And he was one of my better customers. But the nautical stuff, the diving stuff, the old aqualung with the 2 hoses coming out of each side, he had that. He had the Scuba Pro backpack, the fiberglass. I have one of those as well, but the Scuba Pro backpack, the fiberglass backpack that you just strap a tank to. This stuff is ancient. I have one of those. He had one of those, and he always offered to buy whatever I had, but I never sold him anything. So let me turn this around. I don't know where. Maybe Scott's leaving messages in the. I didn't set this up as a premiere. I should have set this up as a premiere. Okay, that's where I made my mistake. Okay, so I can read the comments on the screen of this phone. That'll work for me. Okay, so let's go. So now that I gave you an idea, the pool was there. I dug the hole for a pool where there was a rip-rap / seawall. And I told Jeff, I said, this seawall is one good storm, and this seawall is going to disappear. And not maybe a year or so later, we had a storm that just washed it away, just gone. There was nothing there. It was just, you looked at the edge of the pool and you looked down where there was 15 feet of riprap, it just disappeared. And then you could see the concrete wall that the pool was made out of. And then he said, well, you were right about that. So what we did, and I'll tell you how I made it. It would be in the sea can wash away anything, but this wall that I built and the next three, the 1,400-foot one, I put thousands and thousands and thousands of cubic yards of concrete in the seawall, which is totally not allowed, okay? But I knew the inspectors, and this was a multi-million dollar property, and several $1,000,000 just for the property, forget the house. And they allowed it to go. They allowed it to I don't know whether Jeff worked something out with him or not. I never gave the inspectors a dime. But the owner of the house talked to them when they came to check. They saw my equipment in front of the house, and well, I wasn't hiding anything. I had a permit to do a seawall, but they came after. I don't know, 13 trucks, 13-yard trucks, 14 13-yard trucks. Jeff paid for that separate, of concrete that I pumped into the seawall. So basically I made a solid rock wall 17 feet off the edge of the pool and 85 or 90 feet long. Sometimes you just got to do what a alpha male has to do. And remember, when you're talking about alpha males, there's alpha males that do construction. There's alpha males like Scott Del Fuego that was working in his driveway with a 9-inch grinder, grinding concrete. That's alpha male stuff. That's alpha male stuff. There's alpha male stuff on John Blaze's channel where he tells people, look, if I don't talk to you, it's because I don't want to have anything to do with you. Those are alpha male statements from alpha males. An alpha male, let's just clear this up. An alpha male is a man that needs to grind concrete, gets a 9-inch grinder, gets his 9-inch grinding blades, and then gets his knee pads out, gets an extension cord, puts a pair of goggles on, and then manhandles the most dangerous tool in the toolbox, the 9-inch grinder, open face grinder. There's nothing more dangerous than that tool. That's an alpha male. An alpha male needs a crane. When the crane guy doesn't show up, that would be me, goes out and buys a crane. An alpha male, when he needs a barge and the barge guy doesn't show up, goes and buys a barge with a crane on it. So then there's another version of, well, let's just call him Mr. Freedom of Speech, where a few years back, he was going to be an alpha male pincushion, but not a true alpha male pincushion. Mr. Freedom of Speech was going to make love, and I quote, love to not one, but two ladyboys. That's true. That's true. He knows it, I know it, and thousands of other people that watched the series of the Man of Love. I won't say the full name. So that he believed at the time, Mr. Freedom of Speech, and he's not really a freedom of speech type of guy, because you saw the dissertation I put out, the commentary I put out this morning. But he believed at that time that when he was going to make love, it was a big buildup that he was going to make love to not one but two ladyboys. That's not an alpha male making love to two ladyboys. It's on the other end of the spectrum. Alpha males buying cranes, barges, open face grinders, John Blaze flying helicopters. That's alpha male stuff. But on the other end of the spectrum, on the Lima Bravo side of the spectrum, he was trying to make himself out to be an alpha male pincushion with not one but making love to two ladyboys. But a true alpha male pincushion would have gone in all the way. He would have had 8 or 10 Lima Bravos lined up to turn him into a human pincushion. That would have been sensational stuff. He could have starred. He could have been a star in on the dark web. I don't know where you'd put that stuff, but I do believe that there's a nefarious and unholy alliance between Mr. Freedom of Speech and several bloggers on YouTube. And also, let's just get this straight right now. Mr. Freedom of Speech, I believe, was removing comments as fast as they were going up on the channel that he's a moderator on last night. Anyone that asked, anyone that put out a query, anyone that stated a particular question about whether or not money that was being collected was used properly, those comments disappeared instantly. They'd go into the comments section, and you might see them flash on the screen for like 1 or 2 seconds because Mr. Freedom of Speech is moderating the channel, and then they would disappear from the comments section. But the lag time when the comments appeared in the main screen, they appeared in the main screen. Now, I know of about 20 that I watched appear in the main screen that weren't in the comments. Some of them in the comments went on board in the comments, were deleted, and then a minute or so later they would be on the big screen. So Mr. Freedom of Speech, if that was him, is removing comments that he doesn't agree with. So I have to ask you, what is freedom of speech if you're not going to allow people to say on the big screen? A typical comment was, do you know for a fact that the monies collected are going to a lawyer as they should be? And Mr. Freedom of Speech said yes. So the next question would be, how do you know that? And Mr. Freedom of Speech said, because I saw the receipts. I'm not going to say whether he did or not. I'm not going to say if the money went where it was supposed to go or not, because I don't know the answer to that question. But when challenged to show proof that Mr. Freedom of Speech saw the monies and where they were allotted to go to a lawyer, you got blocked. The comment disappeared, and the people that demanded proof just got blocked, and then you didn't see them anymore. So freedom of speech from Mr. Freedom of Speech itself didn't happen. Now, not all the comments got blocked, but most of them asking for proof of where the money went, which is reasonable. If you're asking for money for a purpose, it's reasonable to ask for proof of where the monies go to. A spreadsheet, so to speak, as one person used the term. An accountability of where the money went. But Mr. Freedom of Speech, when people started demanding that that money be accountable, those comments just didn't happen. You didn't see them, even though I know some of them went onto the comments, but you didn't see it on the big screen, or you didn't see it at all. Because at some point, the people that were asking the questions were hidden on the channel, so you could post anything you want in the comments. It just doesn't show up. So much for freedom of speech. Now, in regards to where the money went, I have no idea. I can't make a determination one way or the other. No one can. But the fact that Mr. Freedom of Speech was blocking comments, questioning his word, his word of honor is nothing. His word of honor is as useless as my father had a lot of expressions for that. But having milk breasts on a bull, that's how useless Mr. Freedom of speech is. As useless as milk breasts on a bull. Useless. They serve no purpose. So I just wanted to put that out there, that he is now, there were 3 mods, but one of those 3 or all 3 were removing the comments. So I can't blame it on Mr. Freedom of Speech per se at all of them. But as he was answering one particular person about, I saw the receipts. I know for a fact the receipts, the money went where it was supposed to go. And then he was arguing the point of whether or not there should be money given, and then trying to change your mind like a politician maneuvers you around the topic to where you finally agree with them. They give you a bunch of compliments. They say, you're right. We agree with you, but this could be another scenario. Don't you agree? This could be another option. And you say, yeah, they get you to start saying yes for things that have nothing to do with the original topic. And then before you know it, you're agreeing that they may very well be right. That's why you never argue with a psychological genius like Mr. Freedom of Speech. That's why I don't argue with him. He's a lot smarter than me. But he's also, in my opinion, a complete and utter shameless fraud that has a nefarious purpose in oh so many ways. And based on the things he said in the last year, 2 years, he has an unholy alliance with quite a few people. Now I'm going to turn this camera around and I'll show you this rock wall. I wanted to get a few people here. I wanted to introduce nefarious, unholy alliance, unsavory friendships. It's all part of Mr. Freedom of Speech's repertoire. But don't ever try to argue with him, because I watch him do this all the time. He did it yesterday. Oh, that's really good that you do agree with me that the possibility exists. You know, I watched a lawyer do this on Thursday. And that's how I know that Mr. Freedom of Speech is a psychological genius. They put doubt in your mind, not my mind, because it's on video. Remember, what I have to say is on video. So let's use this as an example. Okay, you are climbing a rock. You're climbing a rock, one of those fake rock walls, right? One of those fiberglass rock walls. This is what the lawyer did on Thursday. So you're climbing a fake rock wall, and you go up, and now you're pretty accustomed to the wall, and you take off the harness, right? The safety harness. And you go up and you fall down. And it's 11:30 in the morning. And you go up and you fall down, and they have to bring you to the hospital. So let's just, for argument's sake, you fall down at 11:30, the ambulance comes at 12. At 12:30, you're in the hospital with neck and bodily injuries, trauma to the head, things like that. And the head surgeon of the hospital happens to be on duty. So he is the head doctor in the emergency room. And then there are assistants that this head surgeon says, go put the rock climber guy in an MRI, do a brain scan, CAT scan, brain scan. And you go, and you come back. And now there's damage to the rib cage. And the head surgeon of the hospital, the head surgeon is there, right there. And he says, now it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, And he says, go have him put in the x-ray for his rib cage. And they go do that. Then you come back and the head surgeon said, did you do a CAT scan? No, you got to go get the man a CAT scan. So it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon now. Now at 3 o'clock, he says, did you get a chest x-ray? No, but so then you go get a chest x-ray. So the head surgeon is in charge of all of this. This is what I mean about Mr. Freedom of Speech. This is how he maneuvers like the lawyer. So now all of that stuff happened. There's 7 different tests that occurred due to the fact that one single head surgeon in the hospital ordered the tests between 12 o'clock in the afternoon and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The tests were ordered. The accident of the rock climbing accident occurred at 11:30 in the morning. And before that, the man was climbing up and down the rock, so he's okay. So at 3 o'clock, the tests are done. And then the various technicians get the results. There was urine analysis in case you broke your bladder. The coccyx was checked, another testing mechanism, and things like that. Fever, temperature, blood work was done. A culture was done because there was an injury on the right leg, a chronic wound that wouldn't heal, that was masticated due to the fall of the rock climber at the rock climbing facility. So all of that happens, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, you get discharged from the hospital, and the rock climber is allowed to go home. So the guy is obviously at 11 o'clock in the morning, the rock climber was doing okay. He fell, witnesses. In fact, it was on video because that's what they do when you're climbing rocks. I watched a lawyer say to the head surgeon of the hospital, say, sir, the rock climber, you attest that the rock climber's injuries were due to him climbing up the rocks without a safety harness. And the head surgeon said, yes, sir. I attest to that fact. And you, sir, ordered the testing to be done between the hours of 11:30 and 3 o'clock. Yes, sir, that's truthful. And you, sir, oversaw the results. Yes, sir, that's true. And you, sir, signed the certificates or the paperwork for the tests to be done. Yes, sir, I did that. That's my lawyer asking the physician, head surgeon, did you see the rock climber's injuries? And he said, yes, I saw the rock climber's injuries. Okay, so this is a cut and dry case. Plus, the rock climber's injuries happened on video. And of course, the video had already been seen for another part of the testimony. So the video has already been seen. And in fact, the judge, when he saw the video, he had previously saw it in his chambers. He was embarrassed to watch the video. But he watched it. He looked down at the video and kind of just shook his head because the judge saw what a vicious fall that was from the top of the rocks. So, the attorney that works for the Rock Climbing Institute of Bohol, and he's now trying to get out of the lawsuit that the rock climber has placed against the Rock Climbing Institute because the rock climber was allowed to climb up the rocks without a harness. So the lawyer for the rock climbing company said, sir, doctor, you were the one that examined the rock climber without the harness. Yes, that was me. And you attest to all these things, these injuries having occurred. Yes. And you signed for all the testing. Yes. And then this is what the Rock Climber Institute attorney said. Well, Sir Doctor, is it possible that those injuries occurred from a car accident? Now, that's a trick question, and that's what Mr. Freedom of Speech does. He gives you a trick question where the answer is always yes. That's how they move you around on the goalposts. They move the goalposts. They move you around on what's called the chessboard. So the answer has to be yes, it is possible to get that type of injury from a car accident. That's question number one. This is Mr. Freedom of Speech trying to circumvent the truth. Sir, doctor, is it possible that those injuries could have happened before Mr. Rock Climber climbed up the rocks? Of course it's possible, but not probable. So they put the answer of that is yes, it's possible that he had those injuries before he climbed up the rocks, but you don't see any injuries on him before he climbed up the rocks. They leave that part out. So, sir, then what you're saying is it is possible for those injuries to have happened before he climbed on the rocks. And yes, the answer is yes, again. And then they say, okay, thank you. That's what Mr. Freedom of Speech does. He's capable of that because psychologically, aside from being a snake trauma, psychologically, he's a genius when it comes to manipulation of people's mental acuities. You're not going to win an argument with the snake trauma. You're not going to win it. You're only going to make, at best, you're going to have a draw. So, but because this is all he's ever done, he's not an alpha male in construction. He's never done an alpha male day's work in his entire life since he was born that we have video testimony to. He's a mental manipulator. He's a politician without a title of a politician. He's a snake charming lawyer type of a guy without the title of attorney. That's what he does. He moves you around on the chessboard to make you believe that there is another possibility, even though the whole event happened on videotape. And that's why you don't argue with somebody like that, unless you don't know what he's capable of. And he's capable of that. He does that. He's done it on multiple occasions, not only to myself, but I watch him do it to other people as well. So if you don't think that he's the smartest man on YouTube, you should think again, because that's how manipulative he is. Now, you can say, he can say, I gave him the option to say, Mr. Freedom of Speech, there were 3 moderators. This deletion of comments happened the day before as well. So can I say it was Mr. Freedom of Speech? No, I cannot say that. I can say it was one of 3 moderators, for sure, that I could see had a wrench. So I didn't say that it was him. I'm telling you it was one of the 3, but he was directly engaged with that conversation. That's why I don't believe he's to be trusted with anything he says, including that he has not seen the receipts. But I can't say that for sure. But what I can say is that he hasn't showed us proof that he saw the receipts. That's factual. So if he saw the receipts, he's not showing proof. Do I believe the money went to the lawyer? Absolutely. I absolutely believe the money went to the lawyer. Nobody would be that foolish to not give the money to the lawyer. But the fact that Mr. Freedom of Speech somehow has a full recollection of each and every amount of money that was supposed to go to the lawyer, that I don't believe. I don't believe it. I don't believe it because we've never seen any accounting for the money. And I'll go one step further. I'm going to tell you people something, and you could believe what you want to believe. If someone is collecting money to help someone and they take a percentage of that money, whether it's predetermined or something to be determined after based on how much work it was to collect the money, the man collecting the money deserves to take a portion of the money. How much would have to be between him and the person he's soliciting money for. But for you people to say that the man isn't entitled to take any of the money, that's not reasonable. It's reasonable if you're collecting money to help somebody, it's reasonable that you get compensated for your time and your effort. So don't misjudge me here. I'm not saying people shouldn't be making a percentage of the money. I am saying that's normal and it's acceptable. The Red Cross in America collects money for the poor and poverty. They keep 98% of the money legally. They allowed to keep 98% of the money for overhead. When Clintons raised $100 million for the people in Haiti, they only gave them $5 million. That's legal. It's called the Clinton Foundation. It was legal for them to keep 90% of the funds collected. Anybody is allowed to keep a percentage. But right now, we have to talk about an alpha male that builds seawalls. So I'm going to put this on. I'm going to turn this around. I'm going to show you the seawall that I built. Okay. So this seawall goes back. Let's open this up. This seawall goes from this front area here, where this was left from the typhoon, some dirt, and then new grass grew on here because this was just dirt when I pulled in and saw the wall here. This was just a little bit of dirt for about 12 feet, and then the rest of the pool and the side over here was exposed. So these boulders here, let me go to the comments. As useless as whale poop. Hey, Dennis Adam. People make their entire careers on YouTube, which places them at the mercy of the corporations. It appears Mr. Michael Thomas Fazio is going to narrate an interesting video. Thank you, Scott. People make their entire careers on YouTube, which places them at the mercy of that corporation's whims to continue their business. Google has us under their thumb, no doubt about that. The advertising for the seawall video was the Hodge twins, Ford Raptor truck giveaway. Those are the conservative twins. Thank you for pointing that out. Dennis says, as useless as whale poop, and that would be Mr. Freedom of Speech because he is not any such thing. So this part of the, this is a $75,000 in-ground pool. This pool's about 24 feet, 26 feet wide. I dug out from the fence over to where you can't see in the picture. I have the camera set up on a concrete pad near the house, and we are facing what would be east. The sun comes up over these trees. These rocks are 5 feet from here to here, 5 feet, 3 feet, 3 feet, 3.5 feet, 5 feet. The bigger rocks, the much bigger rocks are under here, 6-foot stones, some of them, where I had to push them. I had to build a ramp to push them over to where they are. So let me open this up. And this is alpha male stuff because I did this whole job myself. This is the last video of the series of that job. So let's go over here. Let's get the machine. So right here at the 5-minute mark, no, let's stop that. Back that up. Back it up. Back it up. Stop it right now. Okay, let's open this up to give you an idea how big that rock is. This bucket is 9 feet. It's like 8 foot 10 inches. So this is every bit of 5 feet wide, this rock. And then when I dump it, you'll see how big it is in the other direction, the height. This bucket had a 36-inch throat. So it's another 18 inches higher than the bucket. Okay? Now, it would fit in the bucket at the 3 foot, but height-wise, it was about 4 feet, width-wise, close to 5 feet. And I brought back 1 million pounds of rocks to build this bulkhead by myself. Around this pool, I had to build this side up, this side, and then right up this way to the seawall. There's a seawall over here. So this was 1 million pounds of rocks in about 27 days, 28 or 29 trucks of rocks, 5 trucks of riprap, which would be this dirt and small rocks, and then 13 truckloads of concrete that you can't see right now, because those 13 truckloads were not all in at this time. Underneath the machine, when I put the 5 and 6 foot boulders up against this seawall here, I laid out the rocks up against the wall without breaking. A 5 foot boulder would break this pool wall in, or it would make it like, it would snap it like a piece of balsa wood. So I had to really be careful the way I dropped these rocks. And you got to remember, I also had to be careful not to let a rock roll into the pool. This is alpha male construction. This isn't alpha male, let me turn myself into a pincushion for 10 Lima Bravos. This is something else altogether. So now let's move forward a little bit. And it takes about 5 minutes to go get another load. So this rock falls down, but it's not where I want it just yet. Then I go get another rock, and we'll go back up to this part here. Here's the machine coming back again. Oh, it's over here. All right, where is that rock? Okay, the machine is coming back again. Here we go with another rock that's over to the right side of the bucket, if I remember correctly. And we'll go forward, forward, forward. Another big rock right there, well, about the same size. And we dump that. We got to remember, I got to make sure this doesn't roll into the pool. Okay, now let's go get another rock. Go forward. Now I'm going to back blade this area here where the dirt is. I'm packing it down as I go. And then on this bucket, I brought soil in this one here. Soil. That one is soil. Okay, this is 2-inch bluestone, 2-inch crushed coral, and dirt. And that's what I made my hard pack out of to make the to make a ramp for me to follow around the pool. If I didn't use hard pack like that, what would happen is the compression rate of the soil on the outside edge of the pool here would collapse the pool wall. So all underneath here already has 5 and 6 foot boulders. And then I had the concrete truck come in and back it up on this side here with a 24-foot chute. And we chuted probably 90 yards of concrete between here, and right about here, going down 8 feet deep. And from this edge of the pool to the fence, we pumped in 90 yards of concrete. That would be about 7, 8 loads 7 loads. Altogether, there were 13 loads. Then after I built this part of the wall here, then the inspectors came. When I had to, after I put the concrete in the big boulders, I immediately got 12-foot wide sheets of membrane. And then I took the membrane, which is what keeps the dirt from washing out of the rocks. This is a small load of rocks. See the small road? You put the big rocks and the small rocks. These are 1 foot. These are hamstones, 1 to 2 feet. Okay, so after I got the big boulders, I took sheets of membrane and put membrane sheets from the edge of the pool here, all the way down, all the way over here, 30 feet out here, 30 feet. And this is all done by hand. You just put the sheet out there, and then you throw a rock on top of the membrane because the membrane floats. So you just throw a couple of these little hamstones on the membrane. So I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which should give you 120 feet of coverage, but you half cover them. So you split them. So you're actually doubling up, double membrane from this corner here, 30 feet away, and from this corner here, from the west corner of the property to the east corner of the pool, double membrane. Then you take these hamstones, just throw it on top of the membrane. Then you call the inspector. And the inspector says, oh, you doubled the membrane, very nice. And then you continue to put hamstones and rocks or boulders on top of the membrane. Hamstones, boulders, riprap, dirt, crushed stone. And you do that until you build it up 6 inches lower than the level of the pool. And you continue doing that for 28 days. That type of work. Now, when you get the inspection, then you put more big boulders on top of the membrane. Boulders. These are boulders. These are stones or rocks. This is hamstones. This is riprap. So now you get these stones, and when the machine comes back in. Let's get the machine back in here. I'll give you an idea how big this is. When the machine comes back in, this bucket, let's say it's 9 feet, because it's 9 feet. And then you got 5 feet over here, that's 14 feet. And then you got another 5 or 6 feet here. This is 20 feet across, 20 feet. When you get this big stones, hamstones, riprap on top of the membrane, then you call the inspector and you tell him that the job is done. And he sees these stones, hamstones, riprap on top of the membrane, because underneath here, there are various places that you could still see the membrane because you draped it down under the stones. And now I'm going to come in with the backhoe part of the bucket, and I'm going to pull the stones that fell out into the ocean. Because right here is a shelf. About 8 feet out this way is where the shelf ends and where the deep water, 14 feet, starts right out here. It's a pretty unique part of the Florida Keys. This used to be a reef a million years ago. So the stones were rolling downhill, and here I am grabbing the stones and putting the stones back where they belong, back up on top. Okay, now the fella that owns the property is going to be popping in here, and we'll be doing some chit-chat. There he is now. That's Jeff. And And then I'm pulling these stones back up, putting it on top of the membrane. Then the next step is to bring in this riprap, crushed stone, rock, dirt, gravel, call the inspector, tell them that our 25-foot seawall is complete. Complete. When that's done, they sign off the job, and then I bring in, probably 5, 6 more trucks of concrete, pump trucks with a pump, a Putz pump, Putz is the name of the German company that makes the pump. And you bring in a Putzmeister. And the truck is in the front of the house, the cement truck. It's in the front of the pool. And then the hoses come over here. And then I take the hose and I walk back and forth across the bulkhead and I pump another 90 yards of concrete into the rocks. Then after that's done, then I take hamstones, 1.5-foot hamstones, and cover up the concrete so you don't see the concrete. Because even though the inspector saw the concrete, he pretended that he didn't see the concrete. Because I was very much well liked in the Florida Keys. And I did a lot of work for the county. And they knew that this was the only way to protect this man's property. And we're talking about a $2.5 million lot without a house on it. There was a house on it, but I won't show you the house. So they know what's allowed and what's not allowed, or what you could get away with. And being that the hurricane of 2005 was devastated so much of the Florida Keys, seawalls, riprap, bulkheads, just washed stuff away like it never existed, they kind of turned a blind eye to what was going on. And we were all doing it. Okay, so here I am looking for the rocks that fell down into the water. And this is what an alpha male does. He walks around on 3 and 4 foot boulders under the boom, hanging on the boom, looking for stuff, making sure everything is working properly. This is alpha male work. It's not that kind of alpha male that turns himself into a pincushion for 8 or 10 Lima Bravos. It's not that kind of alpha male. And then this fella here, his name is Jeff. That's, again, the owner. And he is a very, very certified and a dive specialist. Boy, he had gear that would Jerry from Philippines and beyond and myself we would just, he had the Scuba Pro underwater scooters. He had 6-foot slings to go. He used to go for grouper in 100 feet of water. He would dive with tanks. They would drift dive. Him and his brother would go out and drift dive. They would both jump off the boat with the Scuba Pros, and the boat would drift for miles. And they had a line attached to the boat. And the Scuba Pros were needed because the current was so strong. And they would come back with 80-pound groupers that were legal to take at the time, and other various huge creatures, huge fish. And they'd come back, and if they came back while I was working, they would just lump off a piece of fish for me that might be worth $80, $50, $70, $80. They'd just give me half a fish, and I'd have fish for a week. So this is what I did. This is alpha male stuff. This man that happens to be here this day, I don't know why he was here that day. It could have been he had to see the inspector, because I was there for 27 days. But mostly I worked alone. So now picture I'm working alone, and the backhoe collapses the wall over here, and I fall into the pool, and the backhoe falls on top of me. That's alpha male stuff. That's not the kind of stuff that sissies do. Sissies don't do alpha male stuff. And this is the extender boom. This backhoe had a new value of 185,000 US dollars. It had vertical stabilators. This stabilator went vertical because if it would have had horizontal stabilators, let's get Jeff out of the picture here. If it would have had horizontal or swing out stabilators, I couldn't work next to this pool because the stabilators would have came down over here. This was a very, very special backhoe. It was called the 428B as in Baker backhoe. The backhoe had a list price of 79,000 US dollars. The vertical stabilators, so we're going to say 80,000. The vertical stabilators added 12,000 to the cost of the machine. So now we're up to 92,000. This extender hoe, this part of the boom that extends out, that's called an extender hoe. The hydraulics and the boom add 18,000 to 92,000. So that's 110,000 US dollars for the extender hoe, the vertical stabilators, and this was called a swing boom, a slip slide swing boom. You could slide the boom from one side of the machine to the other. That's why this was an additional $12,000. So we're up to 110,000. Add 5,000 for four-wheel drive, 115,000. Add 5,000 for a 93 horsepower motor, 120,000. These forks in the front of the machine were $5,000, $125,000 for the machine with the four-wheel drive, the vertical stabilators, the slip slide swing boom, the extender hoe, and the forks, 125,000. Now add 40,000 to 50,000 to import it from England because this machine was only made in England. No other place. They didn't put this machine together. So say 125 and 50, $175,000 plus tax, or about $185,000 for this machine. This is alpha male equipment. This is not the kind of stuff that sissies can buy or run. So let's go back. I'll show you. I'm still digging here. I'm pulling rocks out of the ocean here that went down too far. I'm tucking them into a more secure place, getting ready for the concrete. Remember, the concrete is coming. And this fella here, he was doing some work on the boat. I don't know who that was. Just a maintenance fella on the boat, the dive boat. Okay, so I'm going to turn this around. Yeah, that's right. Some of those boulders were the size of the ones by my house. So my mistake here today was to put this up as a video, but I'll correct that tomorrow. I didn't actually want to go live with this today. I'm working on this. I cannot get my Samsung Galaxy 21 phone to work to do a live stream or to even post videos from it. There's something wrong with it. I got to bring it back. So here I am pulling out. Now this stone weighs 4,000 plus pounds, this stone. There was different grades of boulders. Most of these stones were a more dense material. Now, you could get a stone like that weighed 3,000 pounds, or a stone like that would weigh 3,500 or 4,000 pounds. Now, one of the morons, the foolish people on YouTube, said, look at the size of that bucket. It would barely fit a basketball. So I'll explain that to the people that don't know anything about excavation. The bucket is a Gietz, Gietz, a Gietz, Gietz, Gietz rock bucket. It's a specially designed bucket that had 3 teeth in the bucket. But the specialty part of the bucket is it's built out of 5/8 inch plate steel on the sides of the bucket, 1/2 inch plate steel for the back of the bucket, and 1 inch, not cold roll, but hardened steel, plate steel on the bottom, 1 inch. And it's a Gietz, Gietz. They're the best buckets. I cut the bucket up day one before I even put it on the machine. I cut their teeth off, and I put special rock digging teeth on there. So they were super hard rock teeth. Before I found what's called the snake teeth or dragon tooths, I put these super duty hardened steel rock teeth on here. So this is called a rock bucket, ROCK. And I put special rock digging teeth on the Gietz bucket. Even though it was a rock bucket, the teeth were low quality teeth, knowing that anybody who bought a rock bucket, for 95% of all work digging dirt or hard pack, those teeth would be just fine, or even small boulders. But I dug coral, so I had to change the teeth. So this bucket was, I think, in 2001, I think I paid $1,400 for the bucket. Then I spent another $200 on teeth. And then I did all the welding myself. I put all the shoes, SHOES, shoes on the bucket, alpha male stuff. I welded the shoes in place, and then I used a special tooth that goes on and off the shoes easily with 5/16 hardened steel bolts, but instead of using 5/16, I would bang 3/8 bolts into the holes and then weld the bolts in place. I wouldn't put, they had a nut and bolt system. 5/16 was a nut and bolt. I would bang a 3/8 bolt into the hole of the tooth and the shoe, and then I would weld the tooth. I'd weld the bolt in place. They would never fall out. Well, then they would wear out after a couple of years, the bolts, and then you put new bolts in. And by when I replaced the teeth, I went to dragon teeth, and I don't have dragon teeth with me, so dragon tooth they call it. So let's give you some sound here. So to that fella that didn't know why the bucket was so small, when you're digging rock, hard coral rock like what we had in the Florida Keys, there's soft coral. Up in Homestead, you could dig a hole the size of a Volkswagen in about 2 hours. And with hard coral, it could take you 3 weeks to dig the same hole. So you need a narrow bucket with sharp teeth. And every day I would take a 9-inch grinder, manhandle the 9-inch grinder, alpha male grinder, and sharpen the teeth maybe once or twice a day. And that would be why you'd have to replace them. But the sharp teeth dig the rock, the dull teeth don't dig the rock. So it pays to go out there with a grinder. That grinder was probably around here somewhere. So whenever I needed it, I would just go sharpen the teeth. So anyway, now you know a different type of alpha male stuff. alpha males, very special, unique thing in this world. You people that talk smack about being an alpha male, you're not alpha male. You know, I show you just one quick video yesterday of the barge. I have about 35 hours of barge work. I will show you me literally. I'm going to tell you on the next bulkhead job that I show you. I built the pier. Well, first of all, the pier that I rebuilt was the one I'm going to show you is about 750 feet from the shoreline to the end of the pier where there was a building, a place to sit down and watch the sunset. Then there was another 250 feet of frontage. So it was 1,000 feet that we had permits for, but I did another section of the property that was not permitted. I did something over there, so I can't really show that to you, but on that job, that was about 300,000 US dollars for. We used 30 truckloads of those big stones and the boulders that you see here. 30 18-foot, 18 cubic yard trucks, 30 of those. So each truckload of, this is just the big stone, each truckload was 18 cubic yards of stone, typically is 36 tons of stone, 30 of the dense stone. So 30 of those would be 900 tons or 1,000,000 pounds, 900 tons. Okay, that's a lot of stone. That was for the outcrop that went out. Then we used more along the shorefront. But my contract was to rebuild what's called the break wall. So the owner, Don was the project manager of a huge co-op in Upper Key Largo. And Don said to me, how much do you think it will cost? Don, it makes, you cannot determine what it's going to cost until you tell me how much work do you want to put into it. You can go 200,000 and have the same problem the next storm. We go 300,000 and we won't have another problem, but you're going to have to spend another $100,000 to do the jetty right, the break wall. So he said to me, how are you going to do it? And I told him, the bigger stones will be 6 feet. Stones. You can get stones up to 6 or 8 feet, no problem. Only 3 stones come in a truck. They have to load them with a crane. And I says, you're going to need 30 truckloads of stone because you're only putting stone on the outside of the break wall. And then you're going to need about 15 to 20 truckloads of boulders. The big boulders, 30 truckloads of boulders and 15 or 20 truckloads of stone. We call them stone because they're 3 feet in diameter. And then you're going to need another 150 to 200 yards of riprap. And then we need 100 plus yards of concrete. So he said, well, how much do you think that's going to cost? So I said, well, the material is going to cost you $600 a load. So 30 times 6 is 18,000 for the big stones. And then figure another 18,000 for the small stones. Figure another 25,000 for the riprap and the gravel. So you're going to got about 90,000 in material. And he goes, well, where's the other 200,000 going? I said, well, you need at least, we're going to use at least 15, 17 trucks of concrete. And that is $1,500 per truckload just for the concrete. And then we're going to need a pump truck that's going to charge you $1,500 a day. And we're going to be here for about 5 days pumping concrete into this mechanism. So that's moving it up to 200,000. And he goes, and you're going to charge me 100,000? So no, I'm charging you 95,000. I'll do the job. And I'll throw in doing the front of the property and the piece on the side for free. And he goes, who are you going to hire to do the work with you? I said, I'll do it myself. He says, you and how long is it going to take? I said, I'll be here 30 days. And I'll sign a contract to do it in 30 days. And he goes, you're going to do this job by yourself in 30 days. You're going to charge us $95,000, whatever we pay for the material. You better figure $200,000 for the material done. You're going to need that much. This is not going to happen because you don't want it to happen. You're going to need that. So I think they ended up spending about $180,000 on material. He goes, but you'll sign a contract that you'll have it done in 30 days because 4th of July was coming up. I said, yeah, I'll sign that. And he goes, when can you start? He says, you write me out a check right now for $40,000 and I'll bring the equipment and order the materials. I'll be here this afternoon. And he said, well, how about I give you $10,000? I said, okay, but you sign a contract, paid in full. You give me $10,000, paid in full at the end of the job. Because I worked with Don once before. He was moving me around the chessboard. So he gave me a $10,000 deposit. I brought the backhoe, and I called up George, and I said, George, we need minimum 25 yards of 4 to 6 foot stone. You have a hook in Florida Keys Sand and Gravel. I'll let you be the contractor for the rock. He goes, Mike, I'm not putting those rocks in my truck. He goes, I'll get you a hook at the Florida Keys. He says, because he had a truck that he would only he didn't want his truck dented up. These boulders, talking about 12 tons of rock, they pick them up with a grab or a crane, and they put them in your truck. It wants to blow the walls of the truck apart when it's leaning. It'll roll the truck right over. He goes, I'm not putting that stuff in my truck, but I'll hook you up. So he did. And I had a Cuban fella, nice guy. I said to him, look, dude, man, I need these rocks continually, all day long. I need you to bring rocks until you get all the rocks here. Don't worry about the grass. Don't worry about the driveway. I know you're going to break the driveways. I know you're going to break the sidewalks, but I want those rocks over there, and I want you to start bringing them in the morning, and I want at least 3 or 4 loads a day until all the rock that I put on this list is delivered. I don't want to have to be waiting for dirt after I put boulders in. He said, no problem. I says, okay. He's who's going to pay me? You see that guy over there? That's Don. He pays you. And he's going to pay you for each load as it comes. As you bring a load, I sign off, he pays you. So it ended up that he would bring 1 day's load of rocks, and then he would pay him for each day. So that worked out well. And then that's going to be the next job I show you, where I'm pumping in 100 plus cubic yards minimum of cement. I don't remember. It was 13 truckloads of 13 yard of hard 5,000 pound concrete. It's a special hard concrete. That's alpha male stuff. That's not alpha male stuff where you want to turn yourself into a Lima Bravo pincushion. No, that's a different type of alpha male. That's what that is. It's not the kind of person that's a perfect politician liar that moves you around on a chessboard when you ask them a direct question. Not that kind of guy at all. So, and notice how you don't get any feedback from him where I said that he was going to enjoy the comfort of not one but two Lima Bravos. He's not going to deny that because he knows the video exists. He knows what he said, and he was going to do what he said. Turns out he didn't do that, but the way I look at it is if you can't tell your mother you're going to go do something, your mother and your father, then don't tell anybody else. Okay, so let me check the comments. Mike Dowdy, the PSI was 5,000 PSI. That's what we poured into the, and it was 1/4-inch pea stone, PEA, pea stone, 1/4-inch pea stone, 5,000-pound concrete. You're going to build a moat. Were you the person building the moat? You don't need that. But if you can get it for a reasonably not much more price, it's a better product. And you want to use 1/4-inch pea stone, PEASTONE. Don't let them tell you that they want to use 3/8 aggregate. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's so much harder to work with. 1/4-inch rock, if you're going to do that job still. I think it was you. So that was 2005. And when I left in 2013, there was a couple of more. Each condominium complex had a break wall going out into the Gulf of Mexico. There was 3 of them within a half a mile of one another. I only did 1 of those straight. The other 2 were rebuilt. And after the next storm, the other 2 were subsurface. My stuff stayed 9 feet higher than the water table because I put in hundreds and hundreds of cubic yards of concrete. Not only that, but there was all kinds of scrap rebar laying around on that property, and I would just go grab as much scrap rebar as I could and throw it in the rocks. And I had a guy drop off chain link fence, a fence company. I had him drop off like 6 or 7 rolls, 10-foot in diameter rolls, and I cut it up with a carborundum blade on a 10-inch worm drive skill saw, and I just cut pieces of it 18 inches, 2 feet wide, and just threw it in the rocks, and then covered it up with concrete. Okay. Oh, you was an ASTM certified concrete tester. Okay. So you know what I'm talking about. All right, then that's it. That's all I got for today. Tomorrow, I don't know that I'm going to post a video tomorrow. I want to, because I'm not really done talking about the fella that wanted to turn himself into a pincushion with Lima Bravos coming from every direction. I'm not sure. I might not be done. There's so many things you could do with that conversation. Okay, that's it for today. Let me go to my, you know what? I am live. What am I thinking? I'm live. I am live. For those of you who I sent that private video out yesterday, there was about 26 people. I would prefer that the video stays private. You know who you are. Yeah, I think that would be the best thing. If it got out and went public, it's okay, but I would prefer to keep it private. I wouldn't. There's nothing in the video that is illegal or anything like that, but certain things I don't show people, and certain things that are in that video I don't show people. Let's go back over here. Let's go to my videos. I got to go to my, you know what I got to do? I got to get to my home page. That's what I'm missing here. Got to go to my channel. Got to go to live. Now, the amount of material that I used, how I used it, you know, when I say 1 million pounds of rock for that job by the pool, it depends on the weight of the boulder. The same size rock, you get a ball of styrofoam 1 foot in diameter, it weighs a half a pound. You get a ball of lead the size of that same ball of styrofoam, it could weigh 400 pounds. So there was rock that was dense. It depended on what they pulled out of the quarry, where it was. That would have been a good business to buy 50 years ago in the Florida Keys, between Upper Key Largo and Homestead. The Florida Keys Sand and Gravel. A guy bought, I don't know how many hundreds of acres of swampland, but that had, underneath the swamp was coral from millions of years ago. Millions of years ago. And I think, if I remember correctly, it was 300 acres. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. And he paid $1,000 per acre. And he excavated coral. And he'd make a quarry hole in the coral. He'd scratch off the trees and foliage. And then he would get a stiff leg, an excavator, stiff leg, the old steam engine ones. And he would start digging coral. And then he bought a rock crusher and a sand screed and, washes. And he made, I don't know, there was an article once that he paid $300,000, and during the time that the family owned it, they made $3 billion on top of their expenses. And then they sold it for $3 billion. I think they sold it for, $300 million. It was a large amount of money because there was still lots of room. And the sand pits, the quarries that they dug down, the coral was 60 feet deep and 150 feet wide and 250 feet long, the quarries. And they just had this huge machine. All it did, all day, 24 hours a day, it didn't do anything else. It just dug coral. It had the arm on the thing was 150 feet, 200 feet long. I never went to that side of the yard. And all it did was dig out coral and then make a mountain. It would dig it out, put the coral behind the machine to the side of the machine. It would make a mountain 80 feet high. And at the base of the mountain, the trucks would come with bulldozers and pick it up and bring it to the quarries. So, but it also quarried out rocks 6, 7, 8, 9 feet in diameter. They would blast that stuff. And they did a lot of blasting when it was up towards the top. And they would sell those boulders all over the east coast of the United States, all over. Those boulders would go for certain types of projects, for hotels and things like that. But I think he made $3 billion for a $300,000 investment over the course of the lifetime. And then they sold it. And that was the only quarry for oh so many years. And that quarry would quarry out, I don't know, it would accommodate 200, 300 trucks a day of stone and gravel. It made everything from pea gravel to boulders, and a couple hundred trucks a day it would service. And you could go there and buy a pickup truck with a yard. My little trunk was 6 yards. You could pick up 6 yards. You could throw 7 on it if you wanted to. And or you could have a 40-foot trailer and go in there. And all day long, 24 hours a day, trucks came in and went out over the scales. What an operation that was. Imagine 3,000 times your investment. You would make that. Imagine making $100,000 a week, $100,000 a day sometimes. That would be pretty cool. All right, then. Thanks for watching. Let's see what we got here. All right, Michael, Scott, Dennis, Philippines and beyond. Thanks for stopping by. And, of course, I'm being Permy from Michael Fazio and Daisy. Oh, the trolls. I didn't talk about the trolls today. So, Don, I hope I answered your question. No, that was the Chubbawubba fella. Excuse me. The Chubbawubba said, look at that rock bucket. Was it Don or Chubbawubba? 2 trolls. They're trolls. Look at that rock. Look at that bucket. It's not big enough to fit a basketball. Actually, that's pretty accurate. The bucket had a 12-inch diameter width. It was 12 inches wide. Less 5/8 steel plate. That's 1.25 inches. So it was really only 10 3/4 inches wide. You hit that part right. Everything else and the reasoning behind it, you got wrong. Chubbawubba, you have failed in oh so many ways as a researcher. Oh, he's only got a 12-inch. I had a 36-inch bucket. I had a 24-inch bucket. Neither one of them were rock buckets. You could only dig sand and muck. And you can't dig rock with a 36-inch. There's Chubbawubba, for your own information, because you're not too smart, that's for sure. Matter of fact, you're borderline short bus material, Chubbawubba. A muck bucket, which was my 36-inch muck bucket, M-U-C-K. That bucket weighed, close to 1,000 pounds. Okay, so you already had 1,000 pounds at the end of the boom. Now throw another 1,500 pounds of muck in there, and you got 2,500 pounds of muck in the bucket. But that's muck or sand or gravel. But you can't use a muck bucket for digging rock. Now, because the sides of a muck bucket are only 1/4 inch thick. The bottom is only 3/8 plate. The rock bucket, you see, that you made fun of, had 5/8 inch sides and 1 inch bottom, solid, and it was hardened. I think it was called grade, Grade, grade 8, number 8, grade 8 steel. That's the hardest steel, like a hardened number 8 bolt. It's the hardest steel you're going to be able to buy in plate. And it's Gietz, Gietz. I'll show it to you. This way you don't think I'm lying to you, because Chubbawubba, you're not, as I said, you're not so smart, you know. Let's turn this around. You make a lot of mistakes, Chubbawubba. Gietz, Gietz, rock buckets for sale. We're not going to find it in the Philippines, so we won't do that. Excavate a rock bucket, direct factory and shipping, That's not it. Images for a Geets rock bucket. Okay. So this is a 1 cubic yard rock bucket right here. But let's open this up. This is a rock bucket. You see these teeth? Chubba Wubba, pay attention. It's going to be a quiz. You see right here, those black saddles that are on the edge of the bucket? They are there to keep the edge of the bucket from wearing out. Now, the teeth on the bottom, those are not dragon tooth. Those are not dragon teeth. This is alpha male stuff. Chubba Wubba, you are about the furthest thing from an alpha male that I can figure. You're basically just one step below Don C's trolling ability. Chubba Wubba is. See, Chubba Wubba makes stuff up. Don C makes stuff up, but Chubba Wubba has about 1/3 the brain trust that Don C has. So these teeth here, the black teeth, the 4 on the bottom, 5 on the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a rock bucket. And you could see the shoe of the tooth is higher. It looks like a square stock. And in the back here, it's got what we call heels, Heals, heels on the back. And those heels keep the bottom of the bucket from wearing out when you're digging. Like the rocks on the side of the bucket are going to want to wear out the side of the bucket. So this makes the bucket a little bit wider, and these are all hardened steel. This is all grade 8. This is grade 8, but the teeth are replaceable. The shoes or the straps on the bucket, that's replaceable. So let's go back to the buckets. Let's look for a different one. Let's look for a 12-inch rock bucket. Okay, here, this would be a rock bucket with a bucket clamp, but I didn't have a clamp. I didn't want one because I had the extender hoe. Okay, so now here's a rock bucket. Chubba Wubba, pay attention. This is going to be a quiz here. This is a dragon tooth. These are called dragon teeth. These teeth dig 3 times faster than these teeth. However, they're twice the price. These are, I used to pay $30 for one tooth. And the other ones were like $15 a tooth. So these are the different types of teeth. So this is a Hensley style bucket teeth and pins. And this is how many teeth do you get? I don't know. Let's click on that. Chubba Wubba, I'm doing this for you, Chubba Wubba, because you're not so smart. Now that bucket, all right, let's see the teeth first. Chubba Wubba, you need to be educated. I'm going to educate you because you're not so smart. I'll tell you that right now. So I don't know if this is one tooth. It can't be one tooth. It has to be 5 teeth. Quantity 1. Rock kit, Hensley style bucket teeth plus pins, $93. I think that's one tooth. So if it was 5 teeth, it would be $20 a tooth. So they really haven't gone up that much in price. I was paying $30, but I'll assure you that the teeth I bought were the highest quality. So let's not even talk about that. So say $20 a tooth. Now let's go back over here. The bucket that Chubba Wubba was making fun of, this bucket here is a 30-inch bucket. That's way too big. But my bucket, my big bucket, was 36. So my big bucket was 5,000 US dollars. No, $2,500. Let's find a 12-inch bucket. $36-inch excavator buckets for rock or 5,000. I don't see a 12-inch bucket. Yeah, no, I was. This is $68 a tooth. Yeah, they doubled in price. I was paying 30. This is grade 8 steel, cutting edge, Bobcat grade 8, 5/8, and these come in pieces. I used to make it myself out of. I'd buy a 6-foot piece and make what I wanted. So these teeth are $80 a tooth. But I paid 30, but that was going back 20 years ago. Okay, let's find a small excavator. These are single tooth are $23. Yeah, that's probably right. So let's look for a 12-inch Chubba Wubba. I got to educate you because you're not so smart. You're really not that smart, Chubba Wubba. 12-inch rock, ROCK bucket. When you say rock bucket, it's a whole different kind of bucket. This is what was happening with Google this morning. See, this is what's going on with the internet here. All right, let's go back to here. Chubba Wubba, come on, pay attention, Chubba Wubba. There's going to be a quiz. So let's see. Let's see this bucket here. This bucket's probably $5,000. All kidding aside. That's an expensive bucket. All right, so here's a standard bucket. Apply light operation task digging and loading hard soil or stones mixed with soft soil. But heavy-duty rock bucket is for digging hard soil, mixed soil, soft stone, and loading gravel. That's a heavy-duty bucket. Now we have a rock bucket. Chubba Wubba, pay attention. Suitable for digging earth with hard rock, sub-hard stone, and weathered stone. It can also do heavy work such as digging and loading solid rock or blasted ore. So these are different types of buckets. So the best bucket is a Geets bucket. And Geets only makes buckets. They don't make anything else. I don't see it. I'm just not seeing it. Sorry, Chubba Wubba. I had to let you down now. So now that bucket there with the bucket clamp on it, that bucket, that's a $5,000 bucket, even though it's only 12 inches wide. You can see it's 12 or 14 inches wide because it's only got 3 teeth. But that clamp cost close to $3,000, that hydraulic clamp. So, Chubba Wubba, you have any questions, Chubba? Throw them up there, Chubba Wubba. I'll teach you all about how to be an alpha male, because you are lacking not only in education when it comes to construction, Chubba Wubba, but you are sorely lacking when it comes to excavation knowledge. I wish I could find a bucket, a Geets bucket. Why can't I find a Geets bucket? These are Geets buckets. Let's look again. Maybe it'll come up with a different. Geets are the best. There's nothing better than a Geets bucket. That's why I bought it, because I used buckets on other equipment that would wear out. A Geets bucket just does not wear out. Okay, Sorry, Chubbawubba. You can say that Fazio failed you today. I'll allow you to say that. But you need a lot of education when it comes to excavation. All of you do, because you're not alpha males. No, 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 no. You're not alpha male. Now, the fact that you stay with a guy that portends to be an alpha male because he wants to turn himself into a human pincushion. I don't know how proud I would be of that type of friend, but you are his friend. That's true. Gieth. All right, let's try that. Gieth. I put in Gieth and it came up. Did you mean girth rock buckets? Girth is not what we asked for. Well, we can look. Here's my bucket here. A Geeth. Here's a 12-inch bucket. Right there. Okay, so there's a Geeth and a Geets. See, this is probably a knockoff from a Geets bucket. Thank you, Scott. So let's look here. This is a used bucket. Geeth bucket. 3,000 euros. 3,000 euros. That's a $4,000 bucket. And it's a knockoff from a Geets. Let's take a look. Chubbawubba, we're gonna go over this for you, Chubbawubba, because you need to be educated. You're not a constructor. So this bucket here. So I'll tell you what this bucket is. This is not a Geets bucket because the Geets bucket had the Z at the end. This is a Geeth bucket. So it's a knockoff. They use almost the same name. Now these plates here on the side are grade 8 cutting steel. These shoes are garbage on this bucket. I cut them right off. The first day I owned the bucket, I just started burning the bucket off, the teeth off. And I put my own shoes on because the dragon tooth shoes are different than this type of paddle shoes. Like this, we call it a duckbill. So this piece of plate here, now that's something that I never saw before, that they only bolt on, because we had bolt holes in my bucket, but the plates, my cutting plates on my rock bucket were bolted with number 8 hardened steel bolts, and then I welded them on. So I wouldn't imagine this would last more than a couple of hours digging coral. Coral is very hard on the bucket. So let's see, this bucket here is 3,000 euro. I don't know how much that is in dollars, but see, this is alpha male stuff. 3,000 euro. To US dollars. Okay, so it's just over $1.20 or $1.10 for euro. So this is a $3,000 bucket, Chubbawubba, and it's not a Geets. It's a Geeth, which is probably a knockoff. Now, you got to remember now, I haven't bought a bucket since 2001. So the company Gates could have changed their name for insurance reasons, but it's not a Gates. Gietz. Those are the number one buckets in the world. Chubba Wubba, you need to understand, if you're going to go into the excavation business, you need to have a Gates rock bucket. Let's look that up right here. Gates rock buckets for sale. Okay? And we got this nonsense going on with Google again. I'm sorry, Chubba Wubba. I'm letting you down, moron. And but I'm doing the best I can. So, Gates and Geef, maybe they're brothers. Either way, a good rock bucket is going to run you, just for that little teeny bucket, that 12-inch bucket, that's $3,000. And then it's $1,000 for shipping, if you remember seeing it. I'm shutting this stuff down, and it's opening up. It's pretty amazing what's going on with the internet. Now this bucket, and as they get bigger, they don't get much. They get much more expensive. And this is Chinese garbage. Okay, so this bucket is a Chinese bucket. The Gates bucket was made in America, Germany. And you couldn't buy a Gates bucket on a cat machine. Cat buckets come with the machine. Anyway, Chubba Wubba, that's probably more information, alpha male stuff. Probably hurts your head by now. Because you're not so, you don't have a big capacity. You can't even get my name right. So, and the teeth on the bucket, well, this tooth is $93 for one tooth. But down here was $50, right? Five of them for 80. That's not the one, though. Yeah, I think those other teeth were $60 a piece. The dragon tooths. You remember, Chubba Wubba? Maybe you could put it up on the board there. Here they go. See, that's a small. Now, this is a good tooth right here. $68, one tooth. $68 on eBay. You know how many of those teeth I gave away when I sold the machine? I might have had 5 or 6 of those teeth. And I said to myself, what am I going to do with this? Well, the money I got when I sold that machine, it was a stupid amount of money. I got more money for the machine than I paid for the machine, and I used the machine for 13 years. But I also sold the machine as a package with a 20-foot cargo container, a complete set of hoses, belts, extra oil filters, I don't know how many teeth, extra teeth. I had extra teeth for the cat, for a muck bucket. I had duckbill teeth for the 24-inch excavation bucket, and I had about 6 of those teeth. I should have kept one. I mean, it was just a unique thing. I said, but this thing weighs like 4 pounds, 5 pounds. What do I need to carry this for? I may even have had one, and I could have just scrapped it. But I sold, the guy bought the machine. It's still in use. I saw it on his website the other day. So I sold that machine in 2013. It was a 1995 machine, brand new, never was used. It was in a building in England. They loaded salt onto trucks with the machine. That's the only thing they ever did with the machine. Sand or salt. And the machine was brand new when I bought it. It was brand new, and it was 6 years old. But there wasn't even a scratch on the big bucket. The small bucket was used a lot. And I sold the machine. I bought it at an auction, and then I bought all kinds of support equipment for the machine. I did good with that. I did really good. Could have bought a house for what I sold the machine for. Here in the Philippines, could have bought an entire house. But I gave the guy a great deal, and he paid me cash. So it was a good deal for him. When I told him the price, he started arguing with me. Like, I said, look, dude, that's the price, but here's what you get with the package. And I opened up the container. I said, you get the container, and you get the shelving, and you get the metal shelving itself was worth $2,000. And you get all of that equipment, all the wrenches that I built for the machine. I welded certain wrenches for certain things. You get all the locking pins. You get all the pivot pins, all the hoses, all the belts. You get everything for that price. He says, can I pick it up tomorrow? I said, you could pick it up tomorrow if you give me a deposit. Because I had a few people looking at the deal. And he gave me a check for a local bank, Tib Bank, and there's Tib in Homestead and there's Tib in the Florida Keys. And I called up the bank and I asked them if the check was good. They said, yeah. I said, look, you give me the check. Tomorrow you bring back the green stuff. And he said, okay, we'll do it like that, but we'll do it for this price. And I says, okay, we'll do it like that, for that, like that, with that. You bring it back tomorrow. And he brought it back tomorrow, and he brought a freaking trailer truck with him. He loaded the container. He loaded the backhoe. And then the guy, he took my drill rig from my Bobcat. I said, what are you doing? He goes, doesn't that go with the machine? I said, dude, that's a $5,000 option. What will you take for it? I said, I'll put $1,000 in my hand right now and tell the guy to come put a strap on it, take it away. So he gave me an extra $1,000 on top of that for I had a Bobcat AR-15 drill. You could put a 15-inch auger and drill down 6 feet into hard packed dirt, not rock. Rock, I had a 6-inch rock bit. I had an 8-inch rock bit, 4 feet. Both of those were 4 feet long. And I had a 15-inch auger and an 18-inch auger for dirt. So you take the augers, the blades, and the drill, the AR-15 drill. And I think it was AR. I think that was Bobcat. It was made by Bobcat. You take it all for $1,000. That thing made me $20,000, $30,000, that little drill rig. So I didn't lose any money on that either. That was a score, selling it to that guy. And it's still in use. I saw it on his website. I think that, well, I know it's my machine because there was only one in South Florida. There's actually one here in Florida. There's actually one of my exact machine, a 428B Caterpillar, extender hoe, forks, everything. It's like they took my machine and located it here. They bought it brand new, 1995. They couldn't get it running. I got it running for them. And they put it in an empty lot and they never used it. And that was 7, 8 years ago. It's still there. I should go make them an offer, but they don't sell anything, the city here. I would like to have that machine. And then I taught the guy how to run the machine too. He had no idea how to slide the boom over. it's a process to slide the boom over. You either can do it, and it takes a minute to slide the boom from one side to the other, and if you don't know how to do it, it's very difficult to do it. Yeah, I saw that machine when I was at the hospital last week. I don't know that I want a backhoe again. I don't really need a backhoe. The difference is needing and wanting. I gotta tell you, equipment is a very addictive thing. Hold on a minute. Oh. Hold on a minute. I have a mail. Nothing important. I was on Rubalicious, Flywood's girlfriend, Ruby, or wife. I left comments on her show this morning, and they all got deleted right away. Somebody deleted them right away, and then I guess they blocked me. I don't know who it was. There was a bunch of the guy who wanted to turn himself into a human pincushion, who stated that on the Cheese, the CHEESE, the Cheese show, years back. The girl that grows mushrooms on her cheek. One of her good friends, one of her moderators, are on Flywood's show now. I guess he didn't like the idea that I talked about her growing mushrooms on her face. They blocked me. I was blocked and she changed her name to Alphalicious. Alpha, A-L-P-H-A, licious, like delicious. From Rubalicious to Alphalicious. So now I'm blocked on an Alphalicious channel. So I sent Frank a message. He doesn't know who did it. Not that I care. Really, if you're listening, Frank, I don't really, makes a difference. Squillum. Yeah, Squillum. Yeah, that fella, James Cameron. That's the man. That's the man you want. I could talk to you about that if you have a question. I did a little more research on it, but I found out that what James Cameron said about the delamination process of the epoxy from the fiber, everybody is now saying that. Everybody. Nobody said it last week except James Cameron. And now the coast, everybody's doing videos about carbon fiber delamination. Now, I knew what it was because they have carbon fiber scuba tanks. But I didn't know. I know what delamination is because I know what the word means. So you can use carbon fiber, according to everybody now. You can use it for a pressure tank if the pressure's on the inside. It maintains its integrity better or forever. But if you use the pressure on the outside, that submersible should have been a one-time use only pressure hull. That's what they're saying now. But it had several dives, but maximum, a hull like that, they said no way should you use it 5 times. You should use it and retire the carbon fiber part. Plus, I watched the way they put it together with the titanium front and the titanium back ends, and they put an epoxy, and they slipped an epoxy down. They slipped a sleeve over a collet. It's called a collet, C-O-L-L-E-T-T. And they put a sleeve over the collet, and they put an epoxy in there, and they squeezed out the epoxy. Me, I wouldn't get in that. If I watched them build that, I mean, I would go in it a couple of 100 feet, but you wouldn't get me to go down to the bottom of the ocean in that thing. It had so much crap on the outside of the hull, the fan motors, the thrusters, they all everything, cables sticking out of it. It had wires out of. We would never get. No way would I get in that thing and go down near a wreck. It's easy enough to get. Not so many of you people know what it's like diving, deep water diving, but it's dangerous, deep water diving. When you're doing a penetration into a wreck, forget about it, man. There's like 100 different ways you can die. 100 different ways. Let me go back to the comments here. Let me close out those ones. Trouble Wubba, you got any questions? I'll answer your questions. Because you're not so smart. You're a little bit. You're not only are you not so smart, but Don knows even less than you. So don't feel bad. Don knows less about heavy equipment or alpha males. Because if Don was even anything close, even if Don knew what an alpha male was, he would be afraid to comment on an alpha male's channel, because just the fact that Don would go on an alpha male video, even under a false name, which I'm sure he does, that should scare the bejesus out of Don C, because he is not an alpha male. Alpha males don't spend their whole entire day making silly comments about real alpha males. Plus, alpha males don't befriend other men that believe they're alpha males, because they believe they're going to turn their body into a human pincushion with Lima Bravos. See, that's Don C. sorely lacking in his understanding of what an alpha male is. And he has befriended an alpha male who calls himself an alpha male, who believes himself to be an alpha male, who wanted to turn his body into a human pincushion using Lima Bravos from every direction. So Don C. is not an alpha male. Therefore, he should really not post about alpha males, not knowing what an alpha male is. And Trouble Wubba is not even as smart as Don C. in a lot of different ways. So he has even less integrity in the community. But it's drama, right? Right, Kevin? It's just YouTube drama? Right, Kev? Come on, Kevin, I know you're watching. It's just YouTube drama, right, Kevin? That's all it is YouTube drama. And if Don C. wants to befriend somebody that wants to be a human pincushion for Lima Bravos, well, then that's Don C.'s prerogative. And he has done exactly that. Why, I don't know. I have no idea. Why? I have no idea. How do you sit down? How do you shake hands? Knowing that. If you're forced into that position and there's other people around that you don't want to embarrass, like was the case with me, I had a choice to either embarrass him or not embarrass him. So for the sake of the innocence of the children, I let it slide. But being that he wants to play YouTube troll, well, we could do this. Let's do this. Let's just do it. It's okay for me. It's okay for you. You're the one who wants to turn yourself into a human pincushion, not me. There's a lot of things you do, dude, that people are completely aware of. Now, especially, all the things I said, the people remember. They all remember what you said on the girl who grows mushrooms on her cheeks. They all remember that from years ago. Remember when you were a doctor? I love that show. No pun intended. So let's go. We close that bucket out. One more look at a real rock bucket for you, Chubba Wubba. Geeth, Gieth, for sale. Listings machinery, Ireland, 3,000 euros. So that bucket is about $3,500, and it was listed last Tuesday, the 13th of June, and it was a $1,000 shipping fee for that bucket. 3,300 US. The item is located in Arkansas, USA. So to get it to the Philippines would be at least $1,000. So Jubba Wubba, if you decide to be an excavation contractor, you need $4,000 for just the bucket. But I know you're not going to do that because I don't think you're smart enough to run a piece of machinery, Jubba Wubba. I don't believe that you have what it takes to run a piece of heavy equipment. Show me that I'm wrong, and I'll post your videos on my channel. But I don't think you could do it. I don't think Don could do it either. You guys like to run all of this nonsense troll stuff on YouTube, but you are not doers and shakers. You guys are blah, blah, blah type of guys. You're certainly not alpha males, because alpha males don't go on everybody's channel every day and talk about real alpha males and try to knock them down. You can't knock me down, dude. I'm the only alpha male, the highest rated. There's lots of alpha males, but I'm the highest rated alpha male in the Philippines genre. Nobody comes close to doing alpha male stuff. Running barges, running tugboats, operating live wire, live boom cranes, wreck diving in 120 feet of water, doing penetrations into the Spiegel Grove, the Helma Hooker, the Japanese war wrecks, and hundreds of other wrecks. Some by myself. I used to do the Spiegel Grove all by myself, which is totally illegal. But I did it anyway because I wanted to go diving and I wanted to wreck dive, and I had a boat and I had tanks and I would just go. So let's see. Scott says, I could live in that hut. What's the big deal? Right on a white sand beach and warm, tranquil waters. I wouldn't want to be there forever, but for a while, it's an adventure. That's right. It's an adventure. It really is. But remember, here is the view. Here's the view, baby. That's what I'm looking at. While I'm talking to you, I'm looking at this. You guys are not looking at that. There's children playing on the beach. There's diving going on. If you look real hard at that barge out there, there's people walking around on that barge learning how to dive. It's a dive instruction barge. Yeah, this is a beautiful place to live. Right, and all of these guys that I see on YouTube, they all live in a house with no view. No matter what the house looks like, you're only looking at a wall. Even when I had property in Michigan, and I had beautiful property in Michigan, up in Holiday Hills, just outside Holiday Hills, in Traverse City, Michigan. The view from my front door was a forest, but the house was underneath, just outside what was called the transmission power lines that moved 440 volts, 660 volts, 40 million volts, whatever it was. The transmission power lines were millions of volts or hundreds of thousands of volts. I don't have no idea what they were. And the towers were 100 feet plus high, the cables. But on each side of the tower for 50 miles, the state of Michigan maintained grass, so no trees would grow there. And it was all filled in. If there was a shallow where there might be water or a puddle, they filled it in with truckloads of material. Millions of cubic yards. They would just move from one place to another. So for 50 miles, 100 feet wide, you could take a snowmobile and head 50 miles into the forest. And on either side would be forests. That was on a nature preserve that I lived. And I had 6 acres backed up against state land. So my backyard was 55,000 acres was my backyard. 55,000 acres. Because I had my property, and then right behind the house was 55,000 acres of state land. After that was purchasable land where somebody would buy 100 acres and build a house. But there was 50 miles of forest and state land right back of my house. I had a clear view, but all I could see was forest. And that just wasn't enough for me. It was a good investment, but it wasn't enough for me. Very nice, Mike. Scott says, I have luxuries. Marble showers, red lighted built-in cabinets, exotic hardwood floors, blah, blah, blah. But I can't walk 10 seconds to the Bohol Sea or hop on a jeepney and go to an exotic vegetable market. That's true. Yeah, I would rather live here than... Now, Don C., not taking anything away from Don C., he's got a beautiful house. Plus, Don C., he has a Weber barbecue grill. Oof, that was the top of the line. $500 for the grill, $300 for the import fees. Don C. has an $800 barbecue. I mean, it don't get much better than that. And you want to make a hamburger. You want Don C. to cook that hamburger if you're going to cook with gas. If you want a good hamburger, then you got that $800 Weber grill. Take that plumbing out and use charcoal. But Don C. has an $800 Weber that with a temperature thermometer in there, and that's a really nice grill. If you are a gas grilling type of guy, that would be something to be jealous of. If Don C. gave me that grill at like today, it's 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, and by tonight, the inside of that grill would be in a pile of junk on the side of the road. And I will have gotten a 50-pound bag of charcoal briquettes. If you want good hamburgers, you got to cook them over charcoal. There's no other way. But the gas grill that Don C. has, you can add smoky pellets to that. I mean, he's got a really beautiful grill. If you like gas grills, if you like, and that's a good, the Weber, that's the best, top of the line. That's like the Rolls Royce of grills. But that's if people gave me grills. I don't know that I ever had a Weber, but people would give me a charcoal, a grill. They'd go out and buy a brand new grill. Never had a stainless steel grill like Don C. has a stainless steel Weber grill. That's the best. But people would give me a decent sized gas grill that worked, but maybe the grill was very rusty, which that's what happens to them. Don C. has a stainless steel grill, I'm sure, $800 Weber. Don C.'s grill is the best. Oh, it's the best. So don't get no better than a Weber. It could be stainless steel, could be non-magnetic stainless steel grill. So they would give me a $250 gas grill. I'd open it up, I'd pull the burners out, I'd go get a roll of tin foil. I'd put it down on the bottom of the, like 3 layers thick of tin foil on the bottom of the grill. I'd punch a hole where the drip bucket went, and I'd put chalk, and then I would take a 1/4 inch, not a 1/4 inch, a 1/8 inch metal mesh that they use for security doors and windows. It's a 1/8 inch pressed mesh or something similar. And I'd put that down on the bottom of the grill about 1 inch off the bottom. And that I'd put the charcoal on top of that, and that's much better. If you had a cook-off with Don C, and you had my ex gas grill with a nice 1/8 inch mesh on the bottom and the tin foil so you could just pick it all up and throw it out when it got full, and you used Don C's Weber grill, I would beat Don C every time. No Weber grill, gas grill can compete with charcoal. Charcoal is the best, but gas grill, Don C's #1 gas grill in the whole world. It isn't Michael's fault he is sort of wishy-washy and holds no strong or controversial opinions. I'm not opinionated. I'm not opinionated at all. I'm telling you for a fact, Don C's gas Weber grill is the best, unless you compare it to a broken down old grill gutted with charcoal in it. Then the charcoal grill beats Don C's every time. Every time. It's not my fault that Don C doesn't know what an alpha male is. Apparently he has a bad memory. I'm an alpha male, Don. All that stuff that you make up where the aliens, did you fall off the edge of the flat earth? The earth is flat, Don. The earth is flat. And remember, when the aliens came and took me, they took me and the car I was driving. Don't forget that, because I see you like to point out that fact. Don't ever leave that fact out. They took me and the car from White Plains and transported me back to the Whitestone Bridge 30 miles away when they were done doing whatever it was that they were doing. Try not to forget the details. The devil is in the details, Don C. Try not to forget those details. That's very important, because when it comes out, it's already come out. All the different nations of the world agree that UFOs exist. Everybody knows this except Don C. And Chubba Wubba, he's not so smart when it comes to alien abduction. But you could learn. Once Don C learns, and eventually, or already he knows about alien abductions, then he could teach Chubba Wubba. I don't think Chubba Wubba could learn on his own. But being that they're friends, Don C could school him, tutor him in alien abductions. And that other guy who wants to turn himself into a human pincushion, using Lima Bravos, he also likes to make fun of alien abductions, but he knows they're real too. But anything for a laugh with that guy. Look at what he was going to do. Make love to 2 Lima Bravos. Not 1, but 2. That he was doing that for attention. Not the kind of attention I would want to bring towards myself, but for whatever reason, maybe he was doing it. Maybe that's his hobby. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe it was not an off-the-cuff whim. Maybe it was something he had hard knowledge of, no pun intended. I don't think it was, but it could have been. I mean, I don't know the fella. I know the things that I do know are a little bit disturbing. That's his lifestyle. It's his choice, right? Far be it from me to be opinionated. Yeah, not me. Hold on a minute. I got to take my ciprofloxacin. It's 12 o'clock. Yes, it is 12 o'clock. It's got to be the nastiest tasting medicine. That is one nasty medicine. It doesn't have a coating on the outside. A lot of people don't have the courage to believe something outside of the mainstream hive mind. I feel sorry for them. Must suck to be so weak and vanilla. I don't know that I don't know what Don C's problem is. Millions and millions of people have claimed to be abducted. In 1860, just to give you an idea, 1860, Don, how smart are you, Don? Could I educate you a little bit? In 1901 or 1903, could have been 1903. I could look it up. That's 1903. Let's look it up. Let's teach Don C something. Wright brothers. First flight, I think it was 1901. But I could be wrong. Could be 1903. I know I was in the Carolinas the day that it was the 100-year anniversary. And look at this Google garbage. This is the screen I'm getting here. I'm not able to Google anything. Wright brothers. W-R-I-T-E. I can't get a search. Right, W-R-I-T-E. Wright brothers first flight. Okay. I can't get a search. Anyway, I think it was 1901. But if I can't get that search, I can't teach Don C what Don C needs to know. And he's not smart to look this up or remember. Let's try 1860. 1860. Don C, pay attention now. 1860 UFO sighting. I forgot the name of the state, but it'll pop right up. It should pop right up. UFO reports by U.S. troops skyrocket over 500. UFOs in the 19th century, that's in the 1860s. It would be the last time a report and exclamation would make a poor match. Let's try this. This could be it. Okay, 1853. Sorry, not 1860. 1853. Students at Barrett College in Tennessee noticed two luminous, unusual objects in the north flying over the rising sun. One looked like a small moon and the other a large star. Okay, that was in 1853. But in 1860, thousands of people saw a UFO over a city. Here it is right here. Don C. Don C, Don C, Don C, Don C. July 13th, 1860, a pale blue light engulfed the city of Wilmington, Delaware. Residents looked up into the evening sky to see a 200-foot-long something streaking along 100 feet above the ground. Trailing behind were three very red glowing balls. A fourth one joined after the three shooting out of the rear main object, which was giving off sparkles after the manner of a rocket. The incident reported Wilmington, Delaware, July 30th, 1860, lasted 1 minute. But apparently the entire area of Wilmington, Delaware saw this UFO. There are other articles that say 1,000 people witnessed it, but this is just one of many articles. 1850s and 60s in Nebraska, settlers viewed some rather unnerving phenomena. Luminous serpents, these are the serpent UFOs. Elongated mechanical structures. Something identical was April 1868 in Chile. Its body elongated like a serpent. Witness declared, could only see brilliant scales which clashed together. 1895. Brilliant luminous body suddenly emerged over the tops of trees. 1896. Events turned up a notch. The world experienced its first explosion of sightings of UFOs. Beginning of the UFO era can be dated this year, 1896. Although UFOs had occurred decades earlier, they were sporadic and apparently rare. Also, these earlier sightings did not come in huge concentrations. So this is all over the internet, Don C. I'm trying to educate you because you're not so smart, Don C. So there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people that agree they've seen it, including generals, admirals, Air Force fighter pilots, C-130 pilots, 707 pilots. Lots of people see them, Don C. You're the one that has a brain block about UFOs, not me. Because I believe in them because I was in one. You got to remember now, you remember the details. It picked me up in White Plains, New York, and it dropped me off on the Queens side of the Whitestone Bridge 3 hours later. Where was I? Don C., that gives you a whole opportunity to speculate all you want. I don't know what happened, but Don C. will come up with a theory, and he'll post it all over every internet channel in the world, because Don C. has an imagination. It's just that his imagination is faulty. 6,000 years. Wait a second. Right. W-R-I-G-H-T. I know. Doesn't matter. 6,000 years from inventing the wheel to a simple engine-powered vehicles. 100 years from horse and buggy to AI taking over. Sure, totally expected. That's true. I actually was in where the Wright brothers flew out of. Wright, let's look it up, spell it correctly. Wright brothers. I could have went to that airport. They had a 100-year memorial. I was in that town, actually, just a few miles away. And during the 100-year anniversary, my truck blew a transmission. And a guy picked me up. This is a sad story, sad tale of events. He had to come 50 miles with a tow truck. So he came the 50 miles, and he hooked me up, brought me back to his shop. He was a really good mechanic, and he had a huge transmission shop. That was the state trooper that gave me the cell number for the guy. Recommended him. He was a great mechanic. So he goes and he gets a transmission from my truck the same day. I'm in his shop. And he's got the transmission, and he goes and picks it up, and he goes to put it in, but the bolt pattern don't line up. But the guts are the same. So he takes the guts out of the transmission that the bolt pattern doesn't line up. That next day, he takes the guts out and then discovers that one of the throw bearings in the transmission is bad. So now he orders another throw bearing, transmission, something have to do with the transmission. But that don't come, because even though the part was in stock, it comes the next day, but it's the wrong part. So now he's got my transmission out and on the table. He's a real transmission repair shop. And he's got the transmission with the bad part out and apart. And he's going to put that transmission part back into my transmission, because the part should fit 3-speed. And he gets the new part, but the new part is the wrong part. So he's got two transmissions apart. So now he needs to buy another transmission from a junkyard. He finds one that matches my transmission. Now he's got my transmission, the second transmission, and a third transmission. And he takes the parts from all three. I don't know how he did it. I mean, he was a genius when it came to this stuff. And he put it back together, and that transmission lasted 12 years. Okay, so I have no problem with that. But I didn't get to go see the Wright brothers. It was raining that day. It was South Carolina, North Carolina. I didn't get to go see the Wright brothers' 100-year anniversary because I didn't have transportation to get there. And the woman that was going to take me, the secretary, she got all monkeyed up at lunchtime. She went out with the owner of the company, and they got all monkeyed up drunk, and she couldn't drive. So I never got to see it, but it would have been nice to see that. Wright-Patterson, okay. So wherever that was, I was just a few miles. I have the video of that too. One day I'll show you the alpha male video then I had to get a hotel. 2 days in a hotel. It was fun though. We all went out to dinner, and they were nice people. They were just hardworking Southerners. They were pretty cool, those people. And he didn't charge me a lot of money to do all this work. I don't think the whole bill came to $600 with the towing, because the transmissions were like $150 a piece, but he only charged me for one because he got the wrong one. That's not my fault. I don't think he charged me a lot of money. I don't remember. It wasn't much. I would have remembered if it was overcharged. He did not overcharge me. Yeah, that's life, right? Alpha male stuff. So Don C., do you have any questions? Because you're not too up with this UFO stuff. You're not really. You lack in a lot of. The big thing that you lack, Don C., is you lack the understanding I got to go back to my comments over here. You lack understanding of general knowledge. That's true. Well, let's not pull any punches. You're not so smart, you know. And what you are sorely lacking in, hold on, I got it. Hold on. What you are sorely lacking in is you are sorely lacking in common sense. You and Chubbawubba. That you and Chubbawubba leave hundreds of comments all over the internet. I get a kick out of reading them, and I want you to continue. Whether it's knocking me or whoever you want to knock down. I think that this is a great thing that you do this. It's what I call entertainment. I read all the comments. I don't acknowledge any of them because you write, and you type, and you type, and you type, and you type, what, 100, 200 comments a week? And then next week, nobody reads them. But you still keep writing. You are an actual effort, a living, Don C. and Chubbawubba are living examples of futility. Writing comments that mean nothing to anybody other than comedy. So if you're writing them for comedy, you're an expert, Don C. You and Chubbawubba. But if you're writing them because you believe it, you are a fool if that's the case. Because nobody believes that stuff that you write. I've told you people I'm an alpha male. I do stuff that you people couldn't even imagine trying to do. And then I show it to you, and then you make fun of it. Still, instead of acknowledging that you're jealous of my alpha male skills, that's okay. You could be jealous. It's not embarrassing to me that you sorely lack in alpha male skills. Your skill sets are trolls, but I don't put that up high on the level of achievements. But you spend hours and hours combing the comments. I do also. I read a lot of comments. Now, recently, there's a fella putting out 6 or 8 videos a day. I can't. That I don't have time for. I really don't. I wish I did, because it's so much fun reading this silly stuff that you guys write. But Don C. and Chubbawubba, they're the comment kings. And nothing is truthful in anything they say. So if they're doing it for comedy, it's a good thing. If they're doing it because they believe it's true, it's sad that they're just one step away from the short bus with a helmet. You guys leave a lot to be desired when it comes to common sense. And then if you think that you're going to get under somebody's skin saying that silly stuff, probably not. Probably not. I mean, any seasoned veteran of YouTube knows that to put any credence to what Don C. or Chubbawubba says, especially Chubbawubba's flubbing of my name last week. Dude, Michael Thomas Fazio, that's my name. You had me mixed up with Michael Anthony Fazio. Did you apologize or correct that? I don't know. I don't even know where you're posting that stuff. I posted Fazio's criminal history. But I don't have a criminal history. I have arrests that were adjudicated to 0 things. I don't have a criminal history. I've never been convicted of a criminal offense. Unless you consider writing a $10 check a criminal event. Other than that, there isn't anything. Oh, and the wording in the second arrest, oh my God. The thing that was done, look up who wrote the wording. The Rose, R-O-S-E, the Rose law firm was in charge of that arrest. Their documentation. They made up a story. They made me out to be public enemy number 1. The the prosecutor in the Florida Keys said, "Who gets the Rose Law Firm to file a charge for a $10 item? Who does this?" And you want to hear? Let me tell you a true story, Chubba Wubba. The fella whose tool I was in possession of, I forgot his name, but it was a 3-letter name. He lived right across the street from me in Key Largo. That's how I knew him. When I was at the DA's office in Plantation Key, and the prosecutor, that was a woman, I believe, was a woman prosecutor. I pleaded guilty and then they were going to charge me. And then what they did is you have to plead guilty. And then they adjudicated it down to nothing, whatever the minimum. And I had to give the guy back his tool. Whatever, it was a $10. It was a drill that had really no value. It was broke, but I had it in my possession. That's true. So I won't even tell you what the charge is because you're such a good researcher. Tell everybody what the charge was for the possessing another man's tool. There's a law. Goes back over 200 years, the law. So I get the charge adjudicated, and the prosecutor, the DA, whatever they call the lady, she gives me the paperwork. Now I got to go downstairs and reinstate my gun permit because I had a CCW permit for 20 years. I had that permit. 95, 100, 500, 25 years. So I'm downstairs in Plantation Key where I have to get my gun permit reinstated. You have to fill out paperwork saying that you don't have it wasn't a conviction. So you fill out the paper. I'm downstairs, and who comes in? A couple of police with a young man about 25 years old in handcuffs. Who was it? It was the guy who had me arrested for holding his tools hostage. And his son was arrested for grand theft auto felony. And he came in with the kid. And I actually got to see that. I knew that they lived, I could see their house right across the street from my house in Key Largo. I knew who they were. And I stayed there and watched them fingerprint the young man. And I'm going, wow, ain't that a coincidence? You had me arrested, and now I'm here watching your son get arrested for grand theft auto? That's pretty funny. And then we talked a little bit, because him and I were friends for years before before he did what he did. He owed me $500. And I said to him, by the way, you need to pay me that $500. The prosecutor said, you have to pay me the $500 as part of the deal. I'll get that money for you, Mike. And he even wrote to the prosecutor. He wrote a letter to the prosecutor that Michael Thomas Fazio, Chubba Wubba, has been working for me for years, putting in bathrooms and plumbing, and he's an excellent contractor. But this job went sideways, where he didn't want to pay me because somebody didn't want to pay him. And I said, well, I'll give you back the drill when you pay me. And then he happened to be friends with the Rose Law Firm. And they wrote up a paper with some ancient law that no one even knew existed. Chubba Wubba, you got to get all these details in here. I'm not denying it. I'm not trying to back out of it. It happened. 25 years ago, Chubba Wubba is worried about an arrest record for a tool that had no value and a $10 check. It bothers Chubba Wubba. This is what's wrong with you people. Now, I won't probably mention this, Chubba Wubba, and the lack of intelligence between these two men put together. I probably won't mention it 100 times from now into the future. Then I'm going to let it go like water off a duck's back. because that's just the type of guy I am. Scott says, throughout history, simple men have defined their existence by concepts available to them and ridiculed others' explanation. Some things never change, maybe fear of the unknown. Yeah, of course, Don C. is afraid of aliens because Don C. knows what the aliens do. And Don C. is not the type of guy that wants himself turned into a pincushion. Although Don C. has a friend that wanted to turn himself into a human pincushion with Lima Bravos. But Don C. is scared of alien abduction because he knows they're going to probe him. And I don't blame Don C. one bit. I mean, especially the new high-tech aliens probing you could take days. They don't, no more as they're 2 or 3 hours. They abduct you for a few days. And they put you in the stirrups and they probe and prod you and test you and sample you. They hold on to this and hold on to that. Maybe they might even fluff you up to get some vital fluids, maybe Don C. knows. Maybe Don C.'s been researching this, that they get the vital fluids, they fly-in circus sends the fluffer up into the spaceship and special fluffer for Don C., male fluffer, because that's the kind of fluffer that Don C. would probably get, a male fluffer. I don't know for sure. Because he's a male. That would be my opinion. But because I saw it on Flying Circus's channel, I think it's true. Wright-Patterson is where they keep the aliens in Ohio, says Scott. Oh, they definitely got them. There's no doubt about that. Not in my mind, there's no doubt. None whatsoever. Flying Circus, he's here. I mentioned Fluffos and Flying Circus's current videos, and bang, he appeared. He was lurking. That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. The guy was a cook or a chef or something like that. It was a funny video you posted. Flying Circus is a strange man. Not weird, strange. Weird means, tell us what weird means, Don C. Tell us the definition of weird as opposed to strange. They might not probe the willing. Hey, I know a fluffer. Yeah, Don C. He's probably read about them experimenting with taking the fluids. And Don C. just doesn't want a male fluffer working them. I think that's the case. I think that's what he's afraid of with the aliens, that they come down and they probe his person. I think that's the case. Wonder what they're doing over there. Let's go take a look. They got stuff going on next door here. Let's take a look. They're still working with hammers and nails and hand saws. It's an amazing thing. Let's go take a look. And used lumber. Guapo. Main buntag. They use a 10-inch hammer to pull 30 penny nails. Hello, Stefan. Good afternoon. Thank you. Guapo ka. The carpenter. He's a carpenter. Yes, temporary carpenter. He's taking your job. Very nice. That's a really cool dude. That fella that was taking the nails out of there. I asked him. I asked him once if he wanted a job to help me out doing something. Hey, amigo, Palihog, are you still going to be? Look at him. Do you still wish to be a basketball player when you grow up? Hey, Ray, what's up, man?
Professional pool player.
Official what?
Pool player.
Are you really? Where are you playing now?
Mostly in Alona Beach.
Really?
Yeah.
What bar?
One for the road. They have
I know one for the road on the left side next to the disco.
3 tables.
I know.
And I kicks everyone's ass there every night.
Did you really? Yeah. Can you get a 147?
147?
Yeah, Bill. You can roll all the balls on.
Mostly we play their stripes and solids. Yeah, 8 balls.
Okay. What, every night?
Mostly every night. Mostly my opponents are foreigners.
What about the bar? No more bar work?
No more work at the bar. Retire already.
The time.
I've been working in the bar for 13 years.
I know.
I'm done.
And what about the tricycle?
Tricycle, good business.
In the day, yeah?
Day or night.
But the bar every night?
Bar.
No drinking though, right?
No. Before,
One day I gotta stop by. I gotta go see Glenn at the bird watcher. I was with Glenn the other day. He said stop by. He wants me to do something. You know Glenn, yeah?
Glenn,
Yeah. He's doing good, yeah?
yes.
He's doing really good compared to what happened, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What time do you go?
Mostly after dinner.
After dinner?
Until 12 midnight.
Okay. Well, I will be having dinner with Glenn.
Yes. If you have time, you can check me there.
Yeah, I know one for the road. Tommy's lives there. Yeah, I know everybody there.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, man.
All right, Ray. Have a nice day. That fella. That's the fella that was doing the lumber. He wants to be a. He said when he asked me for work, and I said you could help me clean the bushes, to cut the weeds in front of the house. And I said to him, "What do you want to do? You don't have a job." He has a job now. What do you want to do when you grow up? Because this is going back 3-4 years. And he goes, "I want to be a basketball player." He's like 5'5". And I said, "Well, good luck with that." But he turned out to be a good worker. He's a guard now next door for one of the hotels. Got a nice job, but they give him a motorcycle. He's doing well for himself. Basketball player, you? Yeah? When you grow up? Yeah, to us, yeah? When you get tall. He's 5'5". Okay, so let's see what we got here. See? Let's see what we got here. They might probe willing. Hey, Flying Circus, thanks for... Did you like that video I sent you yesterday, Flying Circus? That was a pretty cool video, yeah? When men were men, not this sissy stuff. All right, Ray, tell Nanai I said hello, okay?
Hello.
Okay, mein buntag.
Please subscribe on Michael's channel.
Yes, thank you, Ray. Salamat. Tell Nanai I said hello.
Okay.
So, Don C. You have any alpha male questions, Don C? So, flying circus. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's always a tough one. Felix. Those are all divers and people that are swimming. It's a nice tide. It's a Sunday, but they said it's going to rain. Hey, Flying Circus, did you like my skills with the doctoring of the finger? You saw that, right? They call me. I used to do all kinds of medical repairs. That's true. I would do field dressings for everybody that need. If I was like working somewhere and somebody got hurt, I'd get them ready to go to the hospital. That didn't bother me at all when it was somebody else. But trying to do it for yourself. I even had surgical sutures, all the different sizes for stitches in my medical kit. I didn't do a lot of stitching unless it was absolutely necessary. Nice finger, yummy. Yeah, that hurt. That hurt for God, I don't know how years that hurt. It crushed the bone. Turned out that it crushed the bone.
Yan. Yan. Muna, be. Muna. Muna, be.
What are you doing?
Muna. Sa cemetery ba? Muna. Oh.
What are you doing with that wood? They took down they got a big project going on next door. I don't know what it is, but there was 2 or 3 of them working yesterday. All right, then. I got to bring you guys back to the desk. I got to get something to drink. Yeah, Don C., if you got any alpha male questions, Don, I'd be happy to help you out with that. No charge, no charge. You don't have to. I know you're not big into super chat. I mean, you could super chat if you wanted to, but I'm not requesting super chat. But Don C., to show your appreciation for the knowledge I gave you about the flat Earth and alien abduction, and also alpha male and backhoe, trackhoe, and buckets and dragon teeth and stuff like that. Don C., you should. I think it's time for you to, even if you gave me like, how PA Trucker insults people by giving them $1. I think that'd be nice of you. Just insult me with just a $1 donation, and then I'll have something to talk about. Don, are you still listening to me, Don? Are you still here, buddy? Or are you on the phone with your future Lima Bravo pin cushion guy? That's too funny, Don. That you befriend a guy that wants to turn himself into a Lima Bravo pin cushion, but you won't be my friend, Don C. That's too funny. I think that's really funny. When I sit back and look at this stuff at the end of the day, the fact that you befriended a man that wants to become a Lima Bravo pincushion, and you guys interact with each other like that, it's like an unholy alliance. Nefarious friendships. Gotta wonder what that guy who wants to do 2 Lima Bravos has in common with Don C. or Trouble Wubba for that matter. But you guys are all part of something. I wouldn't want to speculate on what it is because I'm not real sure. It could be anything. It could be nothing. It could be nothing. But in my opinion, there's something on some sort of unholy alliance. The special club. Yeah, it's special, okay. A special club. Yeah, the injuries of other people, that don't bother me. I've ripped people out of cars. I ripped a friend of mine out of a car, wrapped around a 5-foot thick tree at 140 miles an hour. And his name, what the heck was that guy's name? He lived in Hempstead. I grew up with him from the time I was like 7 years old. And he had a 351 Mach 1 Mustang. The guy driving. And the passenger in the back seat, when the car hit the tree, it hit the side of on the driver's side, and the door, and then bounced off the tree, and the door was kind of like quasi opened up. It would open because it was nothing left to the car. When I took him out, what a mess. He died in my hands. But that was terrible. And the girl in the front seat, I knew her. I knew all the I knew the Dale. Dale, I think his name was the driver. Forgot the guy's name. That wasn't Dale. The girl was pinned in. They had to take the fire people came and had to pry her out with. This was before they had the Jaws of Life. This goes back into the 70s. He had a 1971 351 Mach 1 Mustang that he was a few years older than us. He actually was a brother of one of the members of the band called The Illusion, which only had one famous hit, The Illusion. One is The Loneliest Number. The Illusion, Three Dog Night. Yeah, The Illusion. The band that made One is the Loneliest Number that you'll ever choose. They played right like 4 doors away from my aunt. One is the loneliest number. Originally wrote Three Dog Night. That's who it was. Three Dog Night. They practiced in a garage right down the block from my aunt. As children, I remember watching them practice. And the guy who owned the car was the brother of one of The Illusion. There was another band called The Illusion, but they all practiced together in Hempstead, New York. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Don C. Getting back to Don C. Don C., your questions are my pleasure to answer your questions. You want to know anything about anything else, Don C.? Yeah, right? Flying circus. There's definitely... Okay, look, you can't really... Like, I don't drink alcohol, right? So I don't hang out in bars. I would work in a bar. I could work in a bar and I haven't had a drink since Christmas. I think that's true. Me and Scott, we got drunk together over the internet. But I don't drink normally, sometimes 2 or 3, 4 years before I have a drink. I don't drink. So I don't hang out with alcoholics. Sure as heck don't do drugs. So I don't hang out with drug addicts. I don't have a tendency. Well, I know lots of in the Philippines, gay is very common, but I don't hang out with gay people. I don't care that they do that, but I say hello to them. There's not much that I have in common, but you got to have something more in common than just a channel name. There's got to be something else, a special handshake. You're not Masons. Don C. made fun of me the other day that I saw Trump giving hand signals. Well, that's how Masons talk, with hand signals, Don. So the fact that you would make fun of something like that means that you're not so smart, Don C. You're just not so smart. If you don't understand that Masons give hand signals, they teach hand signals to the people in the military too. If you get taken hostage, pilots are very highly trained in hand signals. They may look at the floor, they may look to the left, they may look up at the sky when they're lying, or they mean something opposite. People use hand signals, Don C., but you're not so educated, so you don't know about the Masonic hand signals. But I do, because they wanted me to teach that stuff. I never did, because personally I think that whole entire what they call brotherhood, I think they're all a bunch of jerks, to be honest with you. Let's see what Scato Fuego. They do the elephant walk. Don C. sounds like Duncy. John C. is a very smart man. He's an IT expert, but common sense, no common sense at all. None. Zero. Basically, maybe less than zero. He could have a negative effect. Talking to Don C. might have a negative effect on your mental acuities. It's possible, because that's how uneducated that he is. At the end of the day, talking to somebody that uneducated when it comes to alpha male stuff, he might take points away from your IQ, usurpation of IQ points. Chubba Wubba, there's no help for him. He's going to have to say, I can't even teach Chubba Wubba, because Chubba Wubba's on a level down here. I can't go that low, education-wise. But Don C. is like over here. I could be over here. I could give Don C. the information because I could go this low. Then Don C. could convey the information down lower to Chubba Wubba. That's true. He married his cousin. That's true. Knowing that there would be inbred and he couldn't have children. Right. And he never had any children. Just as well. There were enough number twos in the world at that time, and there's too many number twos right now. It's just as well that he didn't have children. Who knows what they would have went on to do to the world. We might not even be here if he would have had offspring. Yeah, that's true, Scott. My old man was a tough guy. Tough guy to get along with. A really tough guy to get along with. For me, he always expected more from me than anybody. He never expected anything less than the best. You had to be the best at whatever you did. And I strive to be the best. And he would never say, you did good. He wasn't much with the compliments. Towards the end, though, he got a little bit mellow. When I bought that house in Florida, he liked that house in Florida. This is a nice place. He liked going out on the water too. And he loved lobsters. My dad liked lobsters. The fact that I worked on a lobster boat when I had bought the house as a job, and that he got every day he got 2 lobsters and all the trigger fish he could eat. He loved fish, and he always brought fish home on a Friday night, and he would come and stay with me for a month or 2 months at a time. I gave him the downstairs apartment. But when I was on the lobster boat, and I was bringing home 2 lobsters a night, I was buying butter and garlic and lemons. Oh, he went to town on those lobsters. He loved fresh fish because we don't get fresh fish at the market. You might get fish the fish may be caught this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, and you might get that fish if you go to the dock. But if you go to the supermarket, you bought yesterday's fish or 3-day-old fish. Even 3-day-old fish is considered fresh fish in the supermarket. My dad loved fish, and I gave him all the fish that he could possibly eat. He couldn't eat triggerfish, yellowtail snapper, shovel-nosed lobsters, Florida lobsters, Bahama lobsters, Florida lobsters, and triggerfish. Anybody out there know what a triggerfish is? One of the best tasting fish out of the sea. I think it's better than marlin, certainly better than striped bass. Really good fish. Yeah, I miss my dad. He taught me a lot of stuff. Taught me how to run a tugboat, how to be an alpha male running a tugboat, how to move a scow, how to move a burning barge, how to move a dump scow, how to move a crane barge, how to move an anchor. Anchors are like 5,000, 10,000 pound anchors. He taught me how to do a lot of stuff with boats. Tide, read the wind, read the drift. You guys don't know about that stuff because Don C and Chubbawubba, you're not alpha males. You're never going to be an alpha male. Let's face facts, Don. Even if you wanted to be an alpha male, even if you lived with me for a couple of years and you imitated everything I do during the course of the day, I don't think you got it in you to be an alpha male. I don't think you got it in you to walk next to me all day and just watch what I do when I'm working. Not now because I have the operation, but just walk next to me. If I pick up a sledgehammer and bang something for 2 minutes, you pick up a sledgehammer and bang it for 2 minutes. If I tighten the head bolts, 28 head bolts, from 0 to 93 pounds of torque in 42 minutes, you have to do that also. You would fall down, Don C. I don't care how big you are. You're not in shape to do that. I'm not in shape now either, but that's alpha male stuff to say, okay, I'm talking down this head and it's got to be talked down. Alpha males also know talking specs. They know what the specs are. They know the bolting pattern. That's alpha male stuff. You'd have to work with me for years. And by that time, you would be too old to do any of this work. And then you'd have to work outside in the sun. That's alpha male stuff too, Don C. Nothing comes easy in the life of an alpha male. You guys making fun of me that I'm not an alpha male. I am. By definition, alpha males, they need something, they go get it done. Alpha males need a tool, they go buy one or they get one. They don't sit around and go, oh, I don't have a tool to work with. Alpha males have a different, it's hard to explain because you don't know what an alpha male is. You've read about it, you've watched a few of us, but to actually experience, to be an alpha, no, you've never been an alpha male. Because if you were an alpha male, Don C. or Chubbawubba, then you wouldn't break my chops. In fun in jest or serious, you wouldn't do it. Because alpha males don't break other alpha males' chops because they're alpha males. So now that's how I know you're not an alpha male. Anyway, it's 1:30. I've been on here for at least 35 minutes now. I'm pretty much done talking. Scott Del Fuego says, my old man was a goof with tools or working like that, LOL. But he was alpha as it gets. Flew bombers. Wow, that's military hero. Had nightmares. I found out not about dying, but haunted my innocence. He killed dropping bombs. Yeah, I saw that moron Chubba Wubba the other day say, I think it was him. He said, Chubba Wubba, you're a real moron. You know that, Chubba Wubba? I graduated with honors, the highest honors possible from high school. And I could have went into the Air Force in 1973 as a mechanic, but I didn't want to be in the service. So it wasn't like I was afraid to serve, because I wouldn't have been in Vietnam, even though Vietnam was the end of Vietnam. You're a real moron, Chubba Wubba. Frank and Fazio didn't serve. So does that make us less men than you? Certainly I'm 100 times the man you could ever hope to be at the end of the day. I don't care that you served or not. All it did was make you a fool in the eyes of the people on YouTube, even the people that you think are your friends. But had I gone into the service, I would have been a jet mechanic in a hangar somewhere in the United States, or maybe an aircraft carrier. I don't know. But I was not afraid to go into the service. I just didn't want to go into the service because I had an insight as to what the service was. The entire military industrial complex is based on evil. So I didn't want to bring this up, but it is. And when you look at it from an objective point of view, when you're intelligent enough to do that, and when you have insight to know what something is and what something is not from insight, understanding, you see the United States military complex as an evil force, the most evil force in this world. And I saw that at an early age. What has ever been accomplished from the United States military complex? Nothing. Not even to this day. So many of my friends went into the Army and as foot soldiers where I grew up, and they were coming back in pieces. But for what reason were they coming back? And not for no reason, none at all. At the end of the day, Vietnam was nothing more and nothing less than a testing ground for weapons that they weren't going to use until Iraq and Desert Storm. But Vietnam was nothing more than a place to experiment with their toys. That's all it was. It wasn't about taking over the territory. It wasn't about owning jungles. It wasn't about anything other than the United States military complex getting billions and billions of dollars to play with their new toys and to allow them to play with their new toys. And more than that, even if you know anything about military history, Don C., which apparently you don't. nor does Chubba Wubba. The bombs that were left over from World War II and the Korean War, there was hundreds of thousands of unused weapons, bombs from World War II and the Korean War. And it would have cost America more money to disassemble them than it did to fly them over to Vietnam and drop them. So that was a major, 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 major incentive to have a war, to get rid of all that ancient technology, and also to re-up on newer versions of bombs. That's true. But you're not so smart. So a lot of technology came from the Vietnam War, but what did we get out of the Vietnam War? Nothing. Nothing. We don't own Vietnam. Vietnam is not, it's an empire in Southeast Asia that's rich in minerals, but we don't own the rights to those minerals. We got nothing from Vietnam, nothing at all. Just the ability to build more war weapons. Same thing with the Korean War. And then Iraq, Desert Storm, Desert Shield. What did we get from that? Nothing. Nothing at all. We don't control the Middle East. And the best, greatest, most successful nation in all of Asia that was controlled by a fellow named Gaddafi, it was the richest country in Africa. Everybody owned a house and a car, free education, free fuel. Fuel was 25 cents a gallon. Everybody got a brand new car, brand new house. And he wanted to implement the golden hour and offset the U.S. dollar for petrodollars. And what did we do? We went in and destroyed that country, completely devastated that country. Everything, the infrastructure, the power, water, electric, hydroelectric, everything, we destroyed it. And we killed the guy who made the highest possible education. Everybody got free college. You wanted to go to college in America, you just said, Mr. Gaddafi, I want to go to college in America, and you got $100,000 for your college education in America. And what did we do? We went in and destroyed their country. What did we get out of it? Nothing. We didn't get anything out of it. And when they set the oil wells on fire because we wanted the oil wells, we polluted the earth with trillions of gallons, billions of gallons of hydrocarbons. We've never gotten anything out of any war, but people like Don C. and Chubba Wubba, you are not smart people, and you can't see the forest through the trees. We've never gotten anything out of war ever. And I'm going to give you a little known statistic, Don C. You could look this up. About a week ago, I read just about everything there was to read about nuclear weapons. Not that I care. But if you were going to comment on C, because you're not too smart, I don't think you can only say stupid stuff. You can't say intelligent stuff. Since the atomic bomb, since that day, the United States government agrees. They confirm that the U.S. government has spent $5 trillion with a T dollars making nuclear bombs, storing nuclear bombs, disassembling nuclear bombs, building missiles, ICM missiles, and missile silos for nuclear bombs. $5 trillion US dollars, and we've only used them back in 1945 or 46 on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's it. But we have spent $5 trillion. That's enough money to give every man, woman, and child in America free car, free boat, free house, free education, and free food forever. And all we have to show for that are nuclear bombs that take anywhere from 2 weeks to 6 weeks to disassemble, store the radioactive material, fissionable material. We only have that. And Don C., of course, you know how much it costs to build a nuclear silo, right? A missile silo. You know that, right, Don C.? Because you're an IT expert. You know the cost of a nuclear missile silo, Don C. You do know that, right? And Chubbawubba, I know Chubbawubba knows the answer to that. From the day somebody plans to build a nuclear missile silo, to building it, to putting the men in it, the guards upstairs, the fence around it, the bunker system that goes to build a nuclear silo. Oh, you know what I got to do? I got to charge this phone. You know what? You guys got any idea what it costs to run a nuclear missile silo? I don't know how much of this I got left. It's $1 million a day, every day. $1 million a day per nuclear missile silo, each one. That's total cost of supplying. The rockets have to be, fuel has to be stored there, and then the rockets have to be maintained. They've changed the electronics. That could cost tens of millions of dollars to change all the electronics where the men sit, and then the electronics in the silo. The hatch, that all has to have maintenance on it. The concrete part of it. A nuclear missile silo is huge underground. Could be 60 feet, a 60-foot cylinder, 40-foot cylinder, 100 feet deep, with tens of thousands of feet of copper coils and wires and transformers, millions of dollars worth of electronics that get switched out every couple of years for new stuff. $1 million a day to maintain one nuclear silo. What purpose do they serve? No purpose. We have a plane. Don C. knows about this because Don C. is a real genius, not a rocket science. We just ordered a plane that is $2 billion. That's 1,000 millions times two. $2 billion for that new stealth bomber, B-52 bomber. I think it's $2 billion for one plane. Research and development, and put the plane on the tarmac. That's enough money to house every single welfare recipient and veteran and that's not housed, and every homeless person in America, and feed them for 2 years and house them for 2 years in a house, a real house. You guys are you have no understanding, or you don't care what's really going on in this world. But the United States military-industrial complex, it's pure evil. Now, if you could see it for what it is, forget about the outstanding characteristics that it's evil in nature. If you could see on a psychic level the people that control it, then you would understand that the United States military complex is not just evil, it's satanic in nature. But you can't see that because you don't have those insights, abilities. But it is. That's why I didn't go into the service. Had I got drafted, I would have signed up for the Air Force and been a jet mechanic. But I knew that it was an evil entity. Why did I know that? Well, because I went to aviation high school, and all my teachers were military veterans, and they all agreed that the military was an evil thing. All the ones that would open up to you and tell you the truth will tell you that there's no reason for war. It's just an evil force. The better teachers that we had in shop, Mr. Weinstein, Mr. Mr. Sandler, Mr. Weinstein, Mr. Karp, Karp, they all worked for the Air Force. They all said that the whole military complex is evil people. I'll go back to the comments. Chubba Wubba is just a troll on YouTube. Let's see what Scott is talking about here. I don't know about that flying circus. Maybe, Scott. He demanded, no matter what marks I got in school, no matter what accolades, no matter that I had 100% attendance for 3 years, it was never good enough. Let's see. Scott says, Selective Service 1974, September. Okay, let's see. 4 in and 1 4 in. Yeah, I remember that. I hit the lotto. That's right. That is absolutely right. The lotto for the draft was Michael Fazio was number one in the lotto. They were taking the numbers out of the bin. The lotto for the draft, I don't think it was 5 minutes in, and they hit on my number, whatever that number was, my draft card. So, but then not shortly after that, during the Who concert, the president came on and canceled the draft. So I had like a week. I would have, and if the president didn't cancel the draft, I had 7 more business days to go sign up for the Air Force. Me and Donnie DeVito, we were sitting in his basement watching the draft, and our numbers were like 1 and 2, the first and second number out of the barrel. I remember that. And I'm going, well, so he was going to go. He had no skills at all. He had no skills at all. We'll just leave it like that. He had no skills. But I could have went into the Air Force or anything that I wanted. I had the highest marks possible in school. And Scott has another link here. Incredible testimony. Let's look at this. This is I watched a few of these. I don't watch this stuff every day. I watched where they want to get this stuff out in the open, and I watched them stonewalling people. Congress, even Trump wanted to know about UFOs or UAPs, and they wouldn't give him the information. I watched that about a week ago, something like that. Replay from 1 year ago in the hallowed halls of Congress. held spellbound as the Pentagon unveiled previously classified images and footage of unidentified flying objects. Its nature defying precise explanation. With heightened curiosity and a sense of wonder, lawmakers relentlessly questioned military authorities about the uncanny encounters, which continue to baffle the world's most formidable military organization, the U.S. the U.S. military. So, this stuff with the aliens, Don C., this is something Scott just put the link up. And Scott, you know that there's aliens, right, Don C.? And Don C. knows. Tell us why there's aliens, Don C. Come on. Tell us, because you know that I told you that I was abducted and they took me and my car, right? So that's how you know, Don C. But now we have proof of it. It's in Congress. It's live streaming right now. Scott put the link up. So you know that I was abducted, and I know that you believe me, because why would I tell you that they just abducted me and my car? Why would I make up that story? Why would I say something so crazy? And that other fellow, Rich Buon, he likes to make fun of this stuff too, but we're going to leave Rich Buong out of this conversation until he makes another mistake. And then we're going to bring him back. So, oh, by the way, Rich, your exposure, you did go back to where you were exposed, right? You did see how that happened? You did see that, right? If you didn't, go back and look at everything that happened for 2 minutes before you realized, smile, you're on candid camera. Go back and look at how it happened. Mr. Technology Editor Technician, go back and look. See if it was, in your opinion, an accident or not, Rich Buong. That's a request I make of you. You can make and I'm going to say it again, Rich, make all the funny videos you want. Put me in a dress, put me with long hair, put me in any way, shape, or form. I'm not going to flag your videos. I promise I'm not going to do it. I could have shut your channel down, I think, but I wouldn't do it. I don't flag videos. But I want you to go back. I want you to look at that very dear moment where you were exposed to the world, what you look like, who you are. But go back 2 minutes before that and see how it happened, Rich Buong. Go back and watch. And then let me know what you think. I think I want to know. So let's go back to the videotape here. Flat Earth Society. I know Don C. is smart, but he has no common sense. And then Scott put the link out. Oz should never, I can't read that because I can't see that. Oz should never leave the curtain. Should never ever leave the curtain. Maybe it says, yeah, the curtain was pulled right out from in front of you, Rich Buong. That was a good way of putting it, Flying Circus. Flying Circus probably saw it for what it was. Rich. Remember TGIF? That the people have a theory that was a setup in TGIF Remember that theory? I don't know that it was or not. You should go back and review everything that happened 120 seconds before you realized, before you looked in the mirror. 120 seconds before. See how that happened. See how that accident actually occurred, Rich. Because if you haven't seen it yet and you don't know how it happened, you should go back and see that. Wow, I only have 5 thumbs up. That's hard to believe. That's another thing that the trolls, they don't like to give me the thumbs up, boy. They don't like that at all. 5 thumbs up. And I've been talking for darn near 35 minutes already. And I only have 5 thumbs. 6. Do I see 7? 7. I see 7. You guys forget all about that. You guys are very stingy with the thumbs up. Flying Circus says 6. I see 9. Hey, now I'm liking it. I don't care about stuff like that. I never cared, and I'm never going to care. But I hear everybody crying about it, so I may as well make mention of it. But you guys cry about some of the no thumbs up. All the information I give you, all the times I repeat. Every day I repeat the same thing, and I deserve. What? Yeah. How did you guys like my friend Paulie? That I talked about my friend. His name was not Paulie Savino. I gave you the wrong name. It's Safina. 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 159 26 95th Street, how it is. Safina, not Savino. Paulie Savino, I dated his girlfriend while he was still dating her. I'm in St. Patrick's Cathedral. Christmas Mass. Paul Savino was really cool dude, man. Everybody loved Paul. He was just a great all-around guy. He was into sports, but he had a huge backyard that we all played football, touch football in, and he had a tree in the backyard. We all had forts in his tree. We played in his backyard. The Savinos it was a cool family. But Paul had the prettiest girlfriend in all of Howard Beach. She was just unbelievably pretty. So I went to St. Patrick's Cathedral. I was 1977, New Christmas Eve. And the place was packed. But I'm in there, in the back of St. Patrick's Cathedral. If you've never been in there, you can't see the priest from the back of the cathedral to where the priest is talking. You can't see that far. The human eyes don't see that far. You could see a stick figure. Anyway, I'm sitting there, standing room only. And I don't know how it happened. I don't remember exactly how it happened, but Paul Savino, his girlfriend, was in front of me or next to me, and she turned around, and we knew each other for years because I was friends with the Savino family. We were all friends. And we started talking, and one thing, I don't know how this worked out. She had a car, and I had a car. I have no idea how this worked out. I don't remember the details. But I remember I spent all the Christmas weekend with her at my house. And she was like the coolest chick in the whole neighborhood, man. I felt like a king. But that was Paul Savino. Paulie Savino was the one that ate the candy that made you see colors. The one that we used to send out looking for dog do. Paulie, there's dog poop on 98th Street. You gotta go get it. Okay, Mike, I'll go get it now. And he'd grab his shovel in a plastic bag and run down to 90. We didn't even tell him where on 98th Street. Because back then, the dogs, when you walked your dog pooped in the street, you didn't pick it up. Paulie picked it up. Every day he'd come back with 2 or 3 bags of dog poop for his dad. Dad, I got another bag of dog poop. His father would go, okay, I'll take care of that. His father would go into the backyard and throw it in the water. Okay, Paul, it's done. Thanks, Dad. I'll go get more. Poor Paulie. He never came back from that trip, boy. He never came back. 2016, I was in New York. I saw him. Him and the king of 95th Street lived 2 doors away from each other. Paulie, there's dog poop on 157th and 99. Go get it now. I'll go get it now. I'll be back, Mike. I'll be back. Okay, Paulie. We used to send him off and anywhere, because then the dog poop was all over the street everywhere. No matter where you sent him, he was coming back full. Fucking Paulie's face. That was cruel stuff we did that. Oz should never ever leave the curtain. Yeah, you shouldn't have did that, Rich. You shouldn't have done that. I notice you're a little quiet since then. It's tough to make fun of somebody when they could make fun back at you, yeah? I don't know what was on your mind for exposing yourself like that, but Don, I was watching the video and watching the video. I showed it to you, right? I have that video recorded. I showed it to you, yeah? I'll show it to you again, because I know this is the best part. I don't remember the timestamp, but I got that video. Let's go here. Let's go. What? Let's go over here. I'll show you that video. I copied a few videos, actually, with some interesting stuff. Let's go over here. We're gonna have to go Rich RICH, and then your video should pop right up live. The ringmaster should never let the audience see him. That's true. I can't show you the page, but I'm going to show you the video. So let's go here. I got the timestamp in it, in the title. Let's turn this around. Well, maybe I don't have the timestamp. I know this is the video, though. And I know about where it is. I want to show this to you, Rich. We'll stop this here. I want you to see what I see. You see what I see. So it was, if I took this right about here, I think it was 134. Yeah, 134. Okay, let's do that. Let's go back. Let me put the timestamp in there, so I don't have to keep watching. Well, you know what? Could be 133, but that's my video. Yeah. That's it right there. Hold on, I'm going to get this for you, Rich. I want to remind you that I think it was. I think the possibility of it being done on purpose. I think it was done. Could be. Let's go right here. Okay, so right here, Rich Boong, let me show you something, Richard. Right here is the bar, right? And what time's 1:34:13? Yeah, so 1:34 is right? Now let's just move it up a little bit. Oh, there! Look at that! Look at that! The camera. Look at that camera right there. And notice how the camera is facing the ringmaster. Huh? That's at 1:34:18. That's 4 seconds later. Woof. Now we'll turn the camera around towards me. And then I'm going to go up to 1:34, because this is something that Richie likes to do. Now Richie's moving over. Richie notices this now. Hey, Richie's looking at his phone now at 1:34:48. But this is not the right timestamp for the video, Rich, because my timestamps are different than your timestamps, because I started recording at I didn't start at 0:00. So Rich is looking in, and Rich is looking at himself on the live stream right here. And he's going, what's going on here? Why am I looking at myself in the mirror? That's what Rich is saying to himself. I could read his mind. Then, a few seconds later, Rich is looking around like this and like that. Like President Obama went like this and like that. And he's going, well, wait a minute, what's going on here? And then he realizes that he's a star. That's right. He realized that he was a star right at that moment. You were a YouTube star right away, Rich. Everybody was waiting and watching, and everybody got what they wanted. Oops. I'm sure somebody said, oops. Oh, my God. But it was too late. So I don't think, like I said, if you want to make fun of me, that's okay. I don't care about that. I'm never going to flag your videos. Never. Not going to flag the good ones that I think are good. If there are bad ones, not going to flag them either. Just appreciate it that you leave the negative comments off my videos, because that doesn't help anybody. And as long as you follow through with what you're doing with that agreement that we have, that's okay. Break that agreement, and I'll see what I could do to get my videos off your channel. But don't break that agreement, and just have fun, Rich. See, I don't flag videos. Now, my videos are getting flagged. Every one of them. Every single video that I put out gets flagged. Just about. And who is it? Of course, it's not Mr. Free Speech, right? He would never do that. And the big Kevin would never flag anybody's videos, right? Wouldn't those two guys would never. And Don C wouldn't spend any time on YouTube flagging videos. I mean, it must just be a coincidence that I put up a beautiful live stream with no cursing, no anger, no animosity, no angst in it. And then I go to the live stream and I see that the monetization is off, and I have to make a special request, and then I have to wait 12 or 15 hours for the request to be granted to put the monetization back on every time. So somebody is flagging my videos. And then the monetization goes back on in 12 or 13 hours, 15 hours, and then the video is monetized. But somebody is very, very busy flagging other people's videos because maybe they don't have anything else to do. So that's pretty raw. I put out good stuff. I give you guys information. I taught you about aliens. I taught you that the aliens can move you and a car, no problem. I taught you that Don C is afraid of aliens because he knows he's getting probed. Don C is a perfect candidate for probing. Oh, yeah. IT executive, they want some of that genetic matter. They want that. They're going to take, they know John C's history before they take him. They look into his brain. They say, oh, this guy's got a big brain. He's got a big, We need some genetic history from his brain, and let's get some fluids too. Let's get, good. And then when they get how far in did? Not far enough. You got to go in further. Go dig. And now the other alien is like that, and Don C is going, okay, I give. The alien got that probe in there, and the alien is having fun. The alien looks like one of Flying Circus's Fluffer. Yep, Rich Buong, that was an interesting thing that happened to you, Rich Buong. All right, I think I'm going to get ready to go here. I'm hungry. I am hungry. I should try some of that probing. Nah, I'm into chicks too much. Yeah, you definitely that was a beautiful girl the other day. God, she was cute. That girl, I don't remember what video it was that you sent me. That girl was really, really pretty. The one that took off her she had a pair of pants on, and then she had like a skirt underneath or something. That was amazing. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say thanks for watching. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, I'll give you a minute to do that. You know that how much I care about that stuff. Thanks for watching. Nobody had any questions about alpha males. Not one question. See, just watch a few of my alpha male videos and you know everything there is to know what an alpha male is. You know that you're not an alpha male. I am an alpha male. And you have no way there's no comparison at any point. That guy's definitely an alpha male. I could never bring a barge from New York to Florida and then that guy's an alpha male. He put down 1 million pounds of rocks and God knows how many hundreds of square meters of membrane and then 90 yards of concrete all by himself around a pool without falling into the pool, without the machine falling into. That guy's an alpha male. To those of you who saw my private video, you saw the pain factor in that video. You know that's an alpha male when they sit there and talk to you about something when they should be on the way to the hospital and they decide to get the first aid kit out and dress it themselves. That's an alpha male. Gotta go. Thanks for watching. I got one more thumbs up. Very nice. Okay. I'm Pink Permy from Michael Fazio. And there's me in the Philippines, baby. Of course, Amping Permi means take care always. Bye-bye for now.